What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It's great to be here on this Wednesday evening with you. And thank you, everybody that is joining. We have a great show for you tonight. We're going to do some case discussion. We're going to take some calls as well. And I have a wonderful guest and my good friend from the interview room, Chris McDonough. Good to see you, Chris. And great show tonight. And then also thank you for being on the other night as well. I got you. I don't know why I always mute you.
That's all right. Absolutely. It's great seeing you. What's up, Lab Rats?
It's good to see you, man. And so if you have not, make sure to go check out the interview room tonight. They're still flowing on the JonBenét Ramsey case and just, I think, doing some of the most incredible work that's been done on that case, and since it's began, really, to be honest with you. And I'm sure you get your share of. I got an email from somebody, I don't know who it was, but they were saying that you're compromised, that you're a paid agent. They didn't say of who though. So
of somebody.
Yeah, I think they're referring to the JonBenét case, but that you're a paid agent.
How much am I getting?
Probably nothing, from what I assume. I don't. It's just people are scary.
I hope it's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. But I'm sure you get weird emails the same way that I do. But I also get.
I'm a secret agent. Rum-pum.
You know what it reminds me of? Like, you remember that movie Meet the Parents?
Yeah.
Or Robert De Niro's like the CIA guy.
Okay.
Yeah. That guy, for some reason, that character reminds me of you. I could just imagine.
Yeah.
You.
I love the part where he pulls up in his car. He says, did you pick that color, Greg?
Yeah. That's a great movie.
No, actually, well, Pam picked it. He goes, well, geniuses pick green, Greg.
But you didn't pick it. Exactly. Oh, I loved it.
That's awesome.
It's a great movie. That's a classic, man.
Absolutely. But milking a cat. Remember, I see you in there. I love it, Lori. Good job. Yeah. So am I the good Chris or the cantankerous Chris tonight? What do you want? It's been a busy day, man. Today was crazy.
I'll take a mix of both. I don't care.
Oh man, I mean, between work and between everything else, it was like rock and roll.
You've been kind of going all out this last month or so.
I've had some other things, cooking. I'm working another homicide situation, and so today was all meetings today.
Yeah, that's usually what your mornings and afternoons consist of. You do a lot of that, and but you've been rather busy, and so. But I appreciate you coming over and.
I wanted to do it. My mind won't shut off. I have two choices. I can help my friend and be here with my friend, or I can sit out there, with Buddy, and just kind of my mind will keep going. And then Karen and I, we do our walk and we do all our thing. You know what I bought? I bought one of those because I've been on this since the wedding. I've been on this weight kick. And I looked in the mirror and I went, "What the heck?" It scared me.
What do you mean? Like you said,
Well, I got on the scale and it said, "Get off." And I was like, "What the heck?" Over? I was like, "Man, oh man, I don't know what's going on here." So anyway, I ended up, deciding, okay, I at least got to lose some pounds for my blood pressure, for all the other stuff, for Dylan, the wedding, all the things. Okay. I start hitting those goals, but you know what I did? I bought one of those plates. Have you seen those vibration plates?
I have seen those. Yeah.
Dude, it moves your blood through your system, and it has really helped me. It has really helped me.
So is that do you just stand on it?
Yeah, you can do exercise, you can kneel, or not kneel, but crouch down a little, and it shakes you like a bag of popcorn. And without the butter, which is kind of a bummer. But anyway,
you know what you need is one of those inversion tables. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah.
You hang upside down like a bat. Oh God, I could see you on there. I've seen people get stuck on those things. It's hilarious. It's like, yeah, I think you would do good on that. But yeah, you've lost some weight. That's good.
That's for you. Good. You too. You're walking like a gazillion miles, and I'm standing on this thing that's shaking like,
I'm happy.
You guys had an earthquake today.
Yeah, we had an earthquake.
So did Venezuela. Did you see that? 7.1.
Yeah, I saw the footage from it was during a baseball game, but yeah, I felt a little, it wasn't really that centered where I was, but it definitely shook, the some of the things in the house, like the chandelier, and something else was swinging a little bit. But to be honest with you, and I say this cautiously, pretty used to them. Unless they get really big, then all bets are off. When you're dealing with anything over like a 6.5, 7, that's like centered, it doesn't make any difference.
Well, I remember the big one up there in the Bay Area when everything collapsed. You were probably just a pup.
Yeah, I don't remember that one, but I remember the one in 92. We had an enormous earthquake in 92. It was like a 7.3 here, and it was we were right in the epicenter. But I know the one that you're talking about was where the Bay Area Bridge, or the Bay Bridge, collapsed.
Yep.
And that was during the A's and Giants game, wasn't it? The World Series.
World Series. Yep.
Yeah, that was
collapsed on cars.
Yeah, people died in that one.
Oh, it was bad.
Yeah, it was a bad. But that's what I'm saying. So like when they get, if it's like a quick shaker, you kind of get over it. It's, you're like, okay, everything's fine. It doesn't really shake you up too much. Everybody kind of goes outside for a minute and says, "Hey, you doing okay?" Yeah. But when it just keeps going and doesn't stop.
Have you been through rollers? You ever been to a roll?
I've been through every kind of earthquake you can imagine.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, the rollers are not fun.
Do you go to the door frame?
Usually, yeah. Usually, I just stand in the door frame, or like right here, I would just get under my desk.
Right.
Like a nuclear bomb was coming or something, I would get under my desk and hide.
They used to make us do that when I was a kid in school.
Yeah, I never understood.
It's going to help.
I know. I've seen the bombs, like the testings, like of those houses. They just like incinerate. I never understood. I never understood that.
Well, I was a smart aleck in school. I was a class clown, smart aleck. So I'm sure I wouldn't have done well if a nuclear bomb would have gone off.
I could have just imagined, what are you going to do? Get under the. I always talked about this before. I always liked, did they ever make you like jump off the back of the bus?
No.
So there was this, they used to do, I have no idea. To this day, I still don't understand why we were doing it, but they would put a mat behind the back of the bus. It was for like an emergency in case, I guess, they crashed or something. And they would take everybody out into the yard, the play yard, and they would have a bus, and everybody would jump out of the back of the bus onto the mat. And it was supposed to be like a drill to help you, I don't know, survive in case something bad happened. Everybody just thought it was fun.
Uh-huh.
That was all it was. It didn't teach us anything. But
have you ever been in an automobile accident or anything?
Yeah, but nothing severe. Nothing like fender benders.
Right.
I've also ran somebody over before.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you, so I had an accident in 1989 where I was hit from behind by a drunk driver. And I was in my patrol car. And fortunately, I was a canine handler at the time. And I didn't have Irk with me that night for some strange reason. I don't remember, what the reason was. But anyway, I had my overhead, the flashers on, the rear orange flashers on a police car. And I was talking to this Marine who was across the street. So I had kind of slowed down in the lane, and I was leaning over and I was looking at this Marine, and he was trying to, hook up with one of the ladies of the evening. And I was like, dude, that's not the real deal. You got to keep moving. Trust me. Okay.
Oh, look who's here.
Huh?
Look who's here. Hold on.
What?
Oh, I said, hold on 1 second. Oh, dude, I messed everything up.
Oh, there's Gary.
There he is.
Anyway,
we're just in time for Chris's hooker story.
Well, I didn't say that, but you said that. I did not say that. That came from you.
It's true.
But what I did is I leaned over and I said, dude, you got to keep rolling, bro. And I looked up, and in my mirror, I see these two headlights coming, man. Boom. Nailed me. My sternum hit the steering wheel. I had my bulletproof vest on, which took most of the impact. I had 2 ribs punctured through my back. Okay. I ended up in the hospital. I mean, just all messed up. And it was a bad night. Crushed the back of my patrol car from the trunk to the back seat. If you look at that old picture where Irk is on the side window, that was the car, and it crushed it all the way. We had platforms in the back for the dogs, and it crushed it all the way to the platform from the trunk. And I was lucky to be alive. The doctor told me if I had not been wearing my bulletproof vest, that the vest took the majority of the impact because it was, the Kevlar, and I had a steel plate. So when I went forward, my sternum hit the steering column and fractured, busted my sternum all up, all kinds of craziness.
How long were you in there for?
In the hospital?
Yeah.
It was just a couple of days, but I was out for 4 months out of the job, meaning IOD. I was injured on duty, light duty. They, after about, a month, they let me come back, and they put me at the front desk for, the rest of the time till the doctor cleared me for full duty.
You were a secretary?
Absolutely. I drove Pine number 2.
I bet you were good at that, though, to be honest.
I was
You're very like you're very type A, so that you'd be like a good like a teacher or something, like an administrator.
I used to love kicking the drunks out of the lobby when they'd come in. It was a lot of fun. I want to talk to the sergeant. What's your problem? Yeah.
Wow. No,
But where's the hooker?
Well, it was a Marine talking to a person.
Oh, I see.
Lady of the night to Gary.
A sex worker, I think, is the term. It
Yeah,
reminds me of the old joke that the guy is an old man is walking through a seedy neighborhood, and a sex worker comes out of the alley and says, "You know, sir, I could give you super sex," and he says, "I'll take the soup."
I'll take
that's about right.
Sorry,
soup,
I
really.
think that's funny. Anyway, all right.
Yeah, I kind of, I've never been in like a serious car accident, but I have ran over somebody, but it technically wasn't over because they flipped over the side of the car. So I hit somebody with my car. I was only 16 and I was making a left. Yeah, I was making a left onto a one-way.
At 16?
I had 2 weeks after I got my driver's license.
Oh, man.
And they came.
Were happy.
Well, nothing happened because they came running across the street. So I was pulling out. I was looking right. It was a one-way. As I was pulling out, they decided to dart across the street. So I was only going about 4 or 5 miles an hour, but I hit them and took them off their feet. And it was a lady, and not of the night, just a regular lady. And I knocked both of her heels off, and she went to the hospital. She was fine, but and it was actually completely her fault. But that does nothing to calm down a 16-year-old, whenever you didn't do anything wrong. Ugh. Oh, I was terrified, man. Yeah, it was a lady of the day. She was a lady of the day. Probably a businesswoman. She was very, very nice. I felt for months, I felt bad. One time I also backed a truck through a garage. So does that count?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then I guess
driving.
What's that?
Especially if you were driving. Were you driving?
Yeah, but I was only 14 then.
Oh.
Yeah.
What, did you grow up on a farm?
Kind of. Sort of. Yeah, it was at least it was private property, but and it was actually somebody's house that we were moving them into their brand new house, and they asked me to help them. And then he says, "Hey, can you back? Do you know how to back my truck up?" And I said, "I don't know how to drive a stick shift." He's like, "Oh, it'll be easy. I'll show you." Well, I jumped the stick shift. I was supposed to back it into the garage, and I jumped it right through the side of the garage. So felt bad about that one too. So, but other than that, crystal clear, and not a big deal.
We gotta call you Parnelli Jones.
Yeah, I've only hit other people's stuff. I've never actually been in a terrible accident, luckily. But so you had the cold case and JonBenét's father, John, on tonight. How do you think that went?
It went great. It went really well.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It went well. And, it's just the first part of many parts coming. And, what we wanted to do was just let it flow, whatever that means. Right. I got to show you this one quick picture though, because while you were talking, I'm sorry, I was just looking this picture up. I didn't mean to be rude to the audience.
No, it's right.
But you got to see this picture. There's a story behind it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me send this.
When you put it up, and then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress, but
don't worry, we're fine.
So I get a brand new Dodge Ram truck. When we lived in South Carolina, it was like, oh man, I love this truck. Dylan says, "Dad, can I take the truck for a drive?" I had just brought it home like 2 hours before this picture. And I'm like, yeah, pal, go. He was like, he's 16. Go take the truck for a drive, man. Enjoy it. Have fun. See you later. Okay. Well, they had rolled it over at this point. You see the blocks there?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's driving through a light from our neighborhood, and a guy T-bones him, and the truck rolls, and it rolls, and basically he's upside down in the truck. But here they had rolled it back up, and they're about ready to flip it over. Anyway, long story short, I get a phone call from Dylan in the truck. He's like, Dad. I'm like, dude, how's the truck? He goes, we got a problem.
I bet.
We go, what do you mean we got a problem? What happened? Yeah. Guy just hit me. I'm upside down in the truck. What do I do? I said, what do you mean you're upside down in the truck? Where are you? He was literally like 5 blocks from our house, right? He was coming out of him. Huh?
He was upside down in the truck.
Upside down in the truck, and he's calling me. And I'm like, get off the phone. Are you hurt? What's going on? Get off the phone, call 911.
Yeah.
He goes, no, a bunch of people already. They're trying to get me out. And they already called 911. I said, are you hurt? He goes, no, I'm fine. I said, you got to be kidding me. So, of course, Mama, I said, okay, we're on our way. Click. I go to Karen. I said, come on, we got to go. She goes, where are we going? What's wrong? I said, let's just get in the car for a minute. We had a little problem with the truck. She goes, what do you mean? Is Dylan okay? I said, yeah, he may have been in a little accident. So let's get over there. Anyway, the truck is upside down when we get there, and Dylan is inside, and they're trying to use the jaws of life to cut this thing apart to get him out of it. And she's on, freakazoid mode. And I'm as cool as a cucumber. And I walked up, and they're pulling him out, and he looks over at me. He does one of these. I'm like, dude, you are a McDonough if I've ever seen it. Anyway, he gets in, he's fine.
That's a nice truck.
He's fine. It's gone.
That's such a beautiful truck, man. I mean, you're so happy, obviously, first and foremost, that your child is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to reconcile with your beautiful truck is done.
Mom was just like full-blown panic. And this was during COVID too, by the way. They wouldn't let us go into the ER with him.
I remember you told me that. Yeah, that would have driven me insane.
It did. Yeah, that was the worst part of the whole thing. We couldn't go in there. He had to make medical decisions on his own.
Who was worse? You or Karen in that situation?
I was worse.
But I'm sure she was not happy either.
Oh, she was super cool. It was like the roles reversed because I wanted to go in, at least let her go in, and they wouldn't let either one of the parents go in because of COVID restrictions.
Yeah.
And I was ready to blow a gasket, but
sure. Well, I mean, who wouldn't? Glad that he was okay. He's a tough kid. He's not a kid anymore. He's a young man.
Well, it was funny because when they had him on the gurney and they're loading him up, he's giving me a thumbs up. I'm
like he's a NASCAR driver.
Yeah, he's fine. He's yeah, we'll roll here.
Good for him, though. That probably made you feel a little better.
It did. Made me feel a lot better.
But still, you want to be with your kid. I mean, it was like when Peyton had his first seizure, and they rushed him to the hospital, and they basically just take him in for testing immediately, and you can't really get to him right away. And I just want to be right there with him, and they've got him getting MRIs and CAT scans, and it's a pretty helpless feeling when you can't get to them. So yeah, I totally get it. But yeah, that's a nice truck. And I'm sure Gary's wrecked a bunch of stuff before too. Probably a trike at least.
Gary, where did you grow up?
Brooklyn.
Oh, so you're like city through and through.
Oh yeah. Well, although my father had a house in upstate New York, which is now a landmark because he restored it to landmark status. And so I spent a lot of my early life in upstate New York in the Catskill Mountain region, which is where I got a lot of my love of isolation, and animals, and plants, and water, and things like that. Even though I'm a city
Did you
boy.
shoot squirrels?
I would never harm any animal. As a kid, I was too busy being fascinated with them. But I was afraid.
Serial killer said, "I know."
Yes, I know. But no, my father was very beloved up there. In fact, the town where the house is, my father's name is on the bridge because he had done so much work to restore the town after a flood. When
Your dad was an engineer, right?
He was like a contractor, but he was like a sort of. I mean, I'm telling you, he was like a genius, honest to God, genius.
Sure.
And he had this ability to look at a blueprint or something and then remember it. And
well, you have a photographic memory too, don't you?
I'm pretty weird. Like I can remember poems and things I've read like once or twice, like fully. It's very weird. It used to help with studying. But the thing is with him, I remember
cheating also helps, by the way.
Very funny. Well, I would never do that.
I can pick a fresh watermelon.
I would.
Good fruit.
He was able to like. I remember there was a house upstate that was this burnt shell of a wreck of a Queen Anne house from Victorian times, and my father went and got from the Hall of Records up in that little town upstate. He got images of what it looked like, took a few glances at it, and then restored it, remembering exactly where all the gingerbread was and the way the windows looked and the porch and the whole thing just from a glance. And then it took him years to restore it. He finished up to the top floor and then he died. And I think whoever moved in finished it, but the state was so impressed by it, they put a plaque on it that it was put on the National Registry because it was restored to its Victorian condition. And then he helped to restore a lot of places after flooding that they had right before he died, and then the town honored him with putting his name on the bridge. I mean, he was a really very special guy, my father.
Interesting.
How old was he when you met?
59. But he was sick for a very long time.
How old were you?
What?
How old were you?
When he died?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I have to think about that a minute. He died in, let's see, what year is it? 14, 15. He died when I was 38. I think I was about 41. I think I was 41. No, it can't be. No, what am I saying? My late 30s. He died in my late 30s because exactly a year after his funeral, my nephew was born. Exactly. I know my nephew's age. So I think I was in my late 30s. Yeah.
And how about mom?
She's 2 years younger than him. Very hard. Really? Yeah, very hard for my mother.
And is she from New York as well?
My family is Italian, but my mother grew up in Brooklyn. That's where they met, on the streets of Williamsburg. She's a very intelligent woman too. I mean, my mother was somebody that easily, she was moving in the direction of things like being a translator for the UN, things like that. But she, at a very young age, had me.
She was a translator for the UN?
She was preparing to be a translator for the UN. My mother is multilingual. And then what wound up happening was that, she had me. I came along, and that was the end of that.
Italian?
Italian, French, and English. She speaks Italian and French very well.
Now, are you fluent in Italian, Gary?
Yeah. I have to be. I mean, much of my family is really only able to speak Italian.
You ever wonder? Go ahead, Gary.
No, I'm just saying that but I came along and that didn't happen.
Do you ever wonder, like, if there are people, like translators that, like, for court and stuff that don't like their clients, and they're like, oh yeah, like, and then they go, oh, he said he did it. I don't know what to tell you. And then, I wonder if that ever happens.
You never know. What I mean? Remember that scene in European Vacation when Chevy Chase is using the translator to order the food in French, and the waiter is mocking them relentlessly in French, and he's nodding at him. He's saying things like, "You're a moron. You know, only idiots put ketchup on this food. Like, you know, if I could, I'd run off with your wife. You're a dummy." And he's like, "Oh, you know," he's like,
yeah, exactly.
terrible. But you know, that's a gag, you know. But yeah,
I always wondered about that.
yeah.
But
It's funny you mentioned my father because I was thinking about him a lot. I don't know why that came up. It's like sort of almost like psychic that you picked that up.
Do you know where Chris's parents met?
I should.
Military?
Do you know where Chris was conceived?
Jail.
Is that true?
No, but
I was conceived. Do you know, Josh, where you were conceived?
no, I have no idea. But I know Chris's parents met at the Pentagon, and he was conceived in a holding cell.
That's right. Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me.
But they did meet at the Pentagon.
They did.
I mean, isn't that crazy?
Two jarheads.
Pretty up there. Yeah.
Pretty
And when I was born, as you guys know, I tell everybody, what did they do to my mom?
They
Slapped my mother.
Slapped your mother, and then
Rolled
turned
me
you
over.
over, said you have twins.
That's exactly right. And looked at my butt and said you had twins.
I love it. I think it's funny that we probably all had the same personalities as children that we have now, you know. And when I was a little kid, my first word was hot because I broke everything open to understand it. So my mother used to tell me everything was hot, which is exactly my personality to this day. The curiosity about what's inside of everything.
My sister would always dance in front of the TV, you know, when like she'd play music, and I would always pull the cord out and unplug it, and then she would chase me. And I think that kind of fits with my personality now still.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I mean, you know, and by the way, Josh, isn't it around now your dad's getting out?
Still no release date.
Oh, I thought it was this month.
No, they haven't given a release date yet. Yeah, I checked on it just a couple days ago. They haven't. It's still under review. So maybe
yeah. You have a statement.
Maybe they'll deny him. Who knows?
I heard today Tucker Carlson said something like that he thinks that the president is convinced that Gavin Newsom could be the next president of the United States. And I was thinking to myself, that's interesting. California is an interesting state.
It's the most interesting state ever. Well, not as I think New York is an interesting state.
It's an interesting state, but I mean, Chris, do you think that Josh's dad could have gotten out in any state of California?
No.
For like cold-blooded, calculated murder. I mean, well, it was the argument that it was like a crime of passion.
Yeah,
it wasn't premeditated, but I bet he. Well, I don't want to say this, but has he ever told you that he actually went over there with that intention? Or was it?
Or he did at his last parole hearing. He did.
Very different than a person who explodes into it, right? Crimes of passion usually mean you pick something up around you and you explode into it. You don't go there with a weapon to the, you know what I'm saying? This is the value of, if you look at the new evil, it's the value of looking at the difference between the crimes of passion that are in two different places on the scale, because there's a difference between the type of person who does it impulsively, and which is truly passion, and the type that plots it but then says it was passion, right? Because you're angry at a lover doesn't mean that it's not thought out and methodical. So bringing a weapon, you know, that's pretty bad. But you know, it's sort of like that woman who crashed the car on purpose to kill her boyfriend.
Mackenzie.
Right, like it was emotional and whatever, but it was plotted, supposedly. You know what I mean? Like imagine plotting to crash a car to kill your boyfriend, and you kill his friend too to top it off.
She floored it.
She floored it, bashed into a wall. It was horrible. But and now there's like a Netflix show. And
I just watched a Netflix show today about as the term fetus snatching comes to mind, but it was like called like I think it was like maternal instincts.
What was the show?
It was called Maternal Instincts. I think it was about some lady, Taylor something, who.
Yeah, that's the one I just did the interview about for The Guardian. Taylor Parker.
Yes, her. Yes, that's right.
That was horrible. But they interviewed me about it because Michael Stone and I named that crime fetus snatching. We introduced the term. And Ann Burgess calls it fetal abduction. And then I researched it with her, so we sort of adopted that term. The only other person that really researched that when we were, I think, was Vernon Gaber. And and then there's like a couple of other people that in other states that did studies and so forth, but we were really the ones who, as far as I'm aware, really studied that phenomenon. We found very interesting stuff.
That is a wild story.
Well,
I mean, terrible.
What I proposed, and for some reason it wasn't used in the article, and I wish I was on the show because I would have said it, is that I think it was not as simple as the elimination murder of wanting to kill a woman to take her baby because your boyfriend wants you to have a baby. I think there was an additional element of intense envy because she was like photographing her wedding, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And it was picture perfect life and all of that. And I think it was also like, if I could have this baby, I would have the life that you have, that kind of. So it was like envy. And when envy is at the root, or jealousy really is the right word, when jealousy is at the root of a crime, it's usually pretty ugly. Diabolical.
It was she was a demon, man. All the stuff that she put everybody, and then it's just one of the worst. Those stories are awful, and now she's what, the youngest person on death row in Texas, something like that.
I think the worst of all the fetal abduction cases, the fetus snatching cases, was Darcy Pierce, because if I remember correctly, Darcy Pierce removed that fetus with her car keys, and that to me was the most outrageous. But some of them research it so much that they will get like medical instruments, and they know that if they strangle the mother, for example, the oxygen deprivation can hurt the fetus and things like that. And what Ann and I did with Victor Petrecka is we found that there are like very clear steps that seem to be followed when people commit that crime. How they research it, the motivation, the tools, the whatever, and going to the hospital and pretending you just gave birth randomly. But there's very specific reasons why you do it. It's a really interesting, and it's a very new crime. It's a new evil. The first case on record was 1973. It's a totally new phenomenon. You will not find a case before the 1970s of someone even conceiving of taking somebody's fetus and raising it.
You ever get called out to anything like that, Chris?
No, I'm not like that. I've had shaking babies, a lot of that stuff, but I never had a fetus snatched out of a pregnant woman.
Remember,
nothing would surprise you, would it?
No, I mean, in the 70s,
right,
gas was 15 cents a gallon, and you would think that would drive people crazy.
Well, when Sharon Tate was killed while pregnant, one of the things I always wondered about, and I wanted to ask the members of the Manson family when I did the show Helter Skelter, because I was on that show, and but I didn't get to ask them. But I have always wanted.
You need an Emmy.
Yeah, right.
An Emmy.
That's so funny. An enema? No.
But I didn't say that either. That's true. You two guys need to get your heads out of the gutter.
That's true. Enemy, maybe. No, but what I wanted to ask them, that's so funny. I wanted to ask them because remember Sharon Tate was dating Roman Polanski, who had the director of Rosemary's Baby, right? Where they snatch a baby to raise it. They want to use it as the Antichrist and the whole thing. I wanted to ask them if the actual reason for killing her was that they wanted that baby, that they wanted that child for some weird satanic thing or something. But the baby died and was removed by the coroner and put in a special casket and the whole thing after. But I wondered about that, about if the real intention was to take that kid, to take that child.
Interesting.
But no one ever asked that. I was curious about it because they were into that stuff. You know what I mean?
Chris.
Yeah.
Josh.
Let's talk about so what the big reveal on your show tonight. You talked about the note.
Oh, on the ransom note, you mean on JonBenét?
Yeah, that's going to come.
You haven't went over it yet.
We didn't go over it tonight.
Okay, I thought you I thought that was what was on the thumbnail.
We
Well,
thought,
I've
we
heard
thought we were going to go there, but
you're
we didn't.
teasing that you know why the amount was specific in the ransom note.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
talk about all that stuff as we're rocking into it. But right now, the one thing that we did reveal tonight is over 128 people were compared to the DNA, and they were all eliminated.
uh-huh.
And
All sex offenders?
no, it varies. It varies.
Some of them were sex offenders.
There was a whole bunch of folks. I mean, just all kinds of people, and neighbors, friends, everything. And 128 of them were eliminated, including the family. So there's this lone DNA sitting there. It's been there since 1997, and we're going up on the 30th anniversary here, and he has been pushing just to get this DNA tested. And for some reason, it's crazy. It's crazy. And so what we're doing is we're going through, we have access to 23,000 investigative files. And we have some software, AI software and technology that we're utilizing. And of course, we have two amazing analysts, those that saw the show, Butch and Zach. And, you know, Butch ran the department for the FBI at the BAU. He was the analyst. He had all the analysts for the FBI. He was the boss. And so these guys know what they're doing. And Zach has a photographic memory. We call him the wizard. And literally, he will say, you know, no, you're wrong. It's on page 4, 4th paragraph down, 5th line over. And you just sit there and you go, how did you know that? He says, I read it. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. So he's like 2,500 pages in. And we've been able to, well, here, because I read it tonight, but I can show you one of the reports.
Sure.
Now you have to remember that we've been doing this for over a year. And so here's one of the reports on compiling every single piece of data that we have access to. And, you know, it's really interesting to see the fragmentation in terms of thought process on this case from the public. You've got the note, you know, the note people that, oh, he's guilty, she's guilty because of the note. You've got the he found her, he must be the killer people. You've got the Burke's the killer no matter what. I've been studying this for 35 years. He's the guy. Okay. You've got, and so there's really like these subsets of thought process. And it's really interesting to watch the chat because everybody it flows into the chat in an individual compartmentalized tunnel. Okay. The note writers aren't going to listen to the Burke writer, the Burkers. Okay. You got the note, you got the noters, and you got the Burkers. Okay. Then you have the statement analysis people. Well, he said this back then. Okay. They don't agree with anything. And it's really interesting to watch these dynamics flow. Okay. And what's fascinating about it is when you apply that to the family and you have the actual lab report in front of you, and I'm looking at it. Okay, and it says, according to, exclusion, the Ramsey family, John, Patsy, and Burke were excluded as the source of this DNA, unknown male. It's right here. they excluded them based on the DNA. Now, you can say, okay, well, the technology, blah, blah, blah. Well, they had STR and they had PCR. That's enough to say, we've got enough to say they are not the donors of this DNA. Okay? They didn't, it's not theirs. And where did they get it? They got it out of JonBenét's underwear, and they got it out from underneath her fingernails.
Same DNA.
Same DNA. Same DNA. Okay. It's a unknown, unidentified suspect profile. It doesn't get any clearer than that. And so it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. How does that apply to the noters? How does that apply to the different buckets? Okay. The statements, the analysis, and all this other stuff. You know how you guys know me, you know how my brain works. Unfortunately, sometimes it works great. Sometimes it doesn't work quite as well as it used to. But, I'm a very meticulous, I see, minutia details, those kind of things. And when you're reading, when now we have access, says the comparison status says, as of the latest reports available, 128 reference samples have been compared with this individual profile without finding a single match. And so I've got the list of who they compared it to, but we're not going to go there yet. But you had 128 individuals that, broke it down. And then I have this one here is the autopsy report in terms of its analysis. Okay. And where people have said, well, she wasn't strangled with that. It was just there put on afterwards as a prop. Well, I hate to break that narrative for folks, but unfortunately she has petechiae hemorrhaging in both eyes, indicative of strangulation while alive. Oops. Okay. And it was applied multiple times. Well, Gary knows what that means from a forensic psychology side of things. And that's why we had Larry Simon on, as well, who's been involved in this one. Greg had him involved. And so it's going to be a really good time to watch if people just, be patient with us. But we're going to get to a place where we're hoping that Boulder says, okay, we have to test even further. I'm of the opinion there's DNA on that garrote. Okay. And that's going to be a home run, because now you have DNA on the garrote. Not yet. I'm not going to say it. You have DNA 2 places on her pajamas, and you have DNA in her underwear and under her nails. Now you have 5 places, unknown male DNA. Wouldn't you think, if this was a cover-up or something to that effect at this point, that at least mom would be in there somewhere?
Well,
yeah.
yes.
So it's huge. And that's why you got to keep an open mind right now and follow the evidence, not follow the emotion, and see where it takes you.
I've talked to people about this case before that, and you either, some people see it the way that you do, and some people, but I am sort of baffled at how staunch people can be about believing, that there's no moving off Burke or the mother or John, no matter what. A lot of things can be explained away, and but there are people. It doesn't matter what you present to them; they're always going to feel like they were involved, or they were part of covering this up, or something like that. And, as the Cold Case Foundation works this case, you would just, if that were the case and that's what you would uncover, that's what you would report, right?
Right.
I mean,
we're just going to follow the evidence. We're going to continue to follow it.
Right.
But you folks are going to see that we've discovered some things that nobody's discovered yet.
Right. And Chris, it's important for people to understand that John Douglas, like a founding figure of the foundation, had already examined this case and was completely convinced that the family had no involvement whatsoever. You could read his profile of it in the book, The Cases That Haunt Us, written a long while back. And I think people need to understand that like the foundation is like, literally founded by the protege of John Douglas with his, and he was the chairman emeritus of the American Foundation.
And what's interesting, Greg Cooper, for the audience, the guy you saw tonight in the upper right-hand corner, Greg Cooper, was with John Douglas when he got the phone call to go to the JonBenét Ramsey situation. Greg was standing right next to him. Okay. And when John left to go, and Greg was in the BAU, and to Gary's point, he was the chief, the director of the behavior science unit in the FBI. Right now, everybody that's gone to the behavior science unit for Nancy Guthrie, they'd go to Greg Cooper if he was still in the FBI. Okay. That's who this guy is. And that's who was running, kind of the questioning, the Q&A tonight with John. Okay. Well, we've been doing this, with him for a year now. And I don't think any one of us is going to put our reputations on, hey, by the way, here we go. And so I think everybody just, I think the public needs to slow down in terms of the goal here is to have DNA results show up through IgG. But before we can get up there, okay, the foundation has to be led to why that's the most logical conclusion at this point. And we're not there yet. We still have a lot more work to do. The difference is we're not reading it on Reddit. We're not reading it out of books and all this other stuff. We're reading the actual police reports. Because remember, CBS was sued because they said that Burke was the killer.
Yeah, they flat out accused him. Absolutely.
That was by one guy, one FBI profiler, one guy. Okay. One guy said a 9-year-old boy did this on a show, a TV show.
I watched that show.
Without even having access to everything. Well, we have access to everything. Because in that lawsuit, they got everything. They got they got the grand jury stuff, the stuff that the grand jury would have never heard, okay, which is exculpatory in nature, and a lot of stuff that nobody knows about. We have it. It's in 23 boxes.
Also, though, Chris, and it's incredibly important to note that when you sue somebody, especially a powerful entity like CBS, they have lawyers out the wazoo.
Out the wazoo.
You open yourself up for discovery, which means that you better not be hiding anything when you sue somebody. It would behoove you to keep quiet if you, in fact, have something to hide. And they didn't even mess around with discovery. It was just settled. They said, you know what? Yeah, we're not, but that means that Burke and John were willing to go under oath and testify, to give depositions about their role in the case. CBS wanted no part of that fight. because I think that they thought it was a losing battle anyway.
Yeah,
So,
that's why they settled.
Yeah, so it's important for people to understand that he didn't just threaten to sue. It wasn't just the thought of it. They sued. They were ready to be deposed and put under oath and all that kind of stuff. And typically when people are guilty of stuff, they would rather not sue. Because it opens you up to all sorts of, discovery. It's a big deal. So
I used to love it when I was on the street. I had I think I've shared this with you, Josh, behind the scenes. I had a bunch of Johnny Cochran cards with his phone number on it.
Johnny Cochran?
Johnny Cochran, yeah.
OJ's lawyer.
Right, the lawyer, right?
He's a great lawyer.
So all the, home fries would be like, I'm suing you. I'm calling Johnny Cochran. I said, awesome. And I would reach into my uniform pocket. And I'd say, well, here's his card. Shoot him a call.
Where did you get Johnny Cochran's cards from?
We just made them up. We got his address. We got his phone number at his office. And we just made them up.
Because that was the big thing back then because of Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, everybody's suing you and they're calling Johnny Cochran. So it's like, okay,
was
here.
Even
save us some time. Here's his phone number.
Was he even a civil attorney?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was Johnny Cochran, so
I thought he was
hiring him.
a trial lawyer. I didn't think he was a civil attorney, but maybe he was.
Business cards.
Yeah. That was right, and that was peak your time. He was living high on the hog there for a while.
Large. Him and Shapiro and Effley Bailey,
Kardashian,
they were all in the game.
Yeah, no, they were something. Gary, there's a question here that I was gonna see if you want to answer it. Dr. B, I don't think that just any dolt wrote the Ramsey note style and antiquated words. Your assessment on what type of person wrote and why.
Well, we'd have to pull it up to talk about that, but I remember always being very struck.
Is it okay to talk about this, Chris?
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, has anybody run the note through AI?
No, I haven't.
To see the writing style and ask it?
No.
We have.
Oh, really? I love it. I'm not surprised. Well, I love how thorough you guys are being. You got Steve Johnson looking at it?
We've got a lot of things cooking, Gary. I can't let it out of the bag yet.
Well,
I'm under
you tell me privately as a member of the foundation.
I'll tell you on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, you tell me on the other side. But look, simple example. It's very strange to me that note contains the correct accented spelling of the word attaché. That is very interesting to me. This is no moron. You know what I'm saying? You don't spell attaché correctly with an accent if you're an idiot. And so there are things like that stand out. I think there are a lot of things about it. If you pull it up, Josh, could have a little psychological peek at it.
Sure,
might be fun for the audience. We did that once on Chris's show, though, when we were talking about Gary Oliva. We examined that note. I don't know, Chris, if you remember that.
Yeah.
But we could take a look at it. But there are some things that jump out as kind of weird about that note.
Let's see here.
See if I have a copy of it.
Is it just the one page?
It's 2.5 pages long and about 350 words.
God. Let's see.
And one of the things that I want to point out right away as you're pulling it up is that when it was analyzed, one of the things that linguists, forensic experts noted was that the language of the note sounded like it was mimicking language from the scripts of a couple of movies that had to do with abduction and villain movies like Ruthless People, Ransom, and Speed. And that's important because the theory was that perhaps whoever wrote it was trying to mimic the sound of a kind of a movie villain. You understand, like a fantasy oriented. Chris, did you know that people thought that at the time, that it sounded like somebody trying to imitate in a fantasy way an abductor, because it sounded
there's all kinds of information about the note.
Right. So that was one of the things at the time that jumped out to people. And also, Chris, it's unusually long for a ransom note. Ransom notes are not 350 words long. They're usually to the point. But anyway, and also, Chris, if I remember correctly, you said on the show that they cleared the wife as having written it.
He did say that.
I'm looking for the report.
No, great minds think alike. But I think she was. There was like one person who thought that she might have, and then it was other people didn't. Right? Isn't that the idea?
It went to the Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta find it. I'm looking for it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And what's funny about it is that one thing I want to point out right away is that there's something about this note that always reminded me of the Zodiac killer letters, which is that on the one hand, there are indications of an intelligent person, and then there are stupid misspellings. And in the Zodiac letters, it was always assumed that he did it on purpose, right? Like Christmas spelled with 2 S's and things, right? Well, in here, you're going to see that also. There are some words that are oddly like business and possession. You see possession is spelled wrong with 1 S.
Yeah.
But the person spells attaché with a correct accent. Like, that's odd to me.
So you
So
think
I think that whoever did this was deliberately trying to look stupider.
you think that's intentional?
Right. Deliberately trying to look stupid. So we have this very declarative, listen carefully. Now I got to tell you, everything about this note screams to me individual. And I think the we is part of a staging of this being more than one person. But the crime screams sexually perverse, private, fantasy-oriented individual. So this is a staging of an abduction, I'm sure of it, where the person is attempting to sound like more than one person. Chris, don't you agree?
Yes, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to find the report.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm always doing work. Right, but don't you think that Chris, that this is a single person who did this, trying to make it sound like a we? But this is staged. Right.
Yeah, so, I can tell you this. I can tell you this without getting too far ahead of this, because we want to talk to John about this on the air, and I don't want to get too far ahead. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to go over this at all.
Yeah, I can tell you this though.
Oh, okay.
It went to all kinds of people, and if you were on a law enforcement side, they said no. And then they took it and sent it to some civilian folks. And they said maybe. And so it was more along the lines of they're trying to stick a watermelon through a keyhole.
Right.
Like a polygraph.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It was very subjective. It wasn't direct evidence that said, I will testify 100% Patsy Ramsey wrote this note. Okay. And see, Tandy came right there. She's a noter. Okay. Right there where she's saying experts said Patsy wrote it. Yes. But what experts is the question? Law enforcement experts or experts that the DA's office hired? It wasn't law enforcement experts, because I got the reports, meaning we have the reports. So that's what I'm saying. And this is what's really fascinating about this case, is there's so many buckets of opinion that there's no convincing anybody once you've stepped into that bucket. I can see her all night and show her the report. It ain't gonna do me any good, and it's not gonna do her any good.
But it's also not about convincing her. It's about finding the truth.
But if she was a juror,
yeah, I'm sure she'd be a juror.
well, I'm just saying, but people, when they lock in, okay, they don't move.
Right.
And so that's what I'm saying. And that's what, we're trying to say, hey, wait a minute, everybody just kind of, let's take this one piece at a time and then let's move through it. And
yeah. Well, so, I mean, it's one of the most triggering cases there is. I mean, you're right. For some reason, people have very, very staunch opinions that are not willing to be moved. Can I ask you a pointed question, and you don't have to go into any detail about it? It could just be yes or no, or you don't have to answer it at all. Do you guys have somebody in mind?
Not yet.
Okay. Interesting. True Cowgirl says the scary part is this person could still be out there. Well, absolutely. I mean, it's only, look, say the perpetrator was 30 years old, they could be a 60-year-old or a 40-year-old, you could be 70-year-old. I mean, there's no question about it. And Adriana says, I respect John Douglas and have read the case that haunts us. Parents are innocent, but can't quite get my mind around the fact that he still didn't interview the parents separately. Panel, would you have? Chris, Gary? I think, Chris, you would always interview people separately, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just kind of standard. So,
and people also, they don't realize that they were so focused on Patsy, they asked for 4 handwriting samples on 4 separate dates.
And she gave all of them?
She gave all 4. And so what they were trying to do is, again, stick a narrative
right
into make the evidence fit. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. And because they weren't hearing the answers that they wanted. Early 97, handwriting initial samples were obtained by Patsy. March 97, multiple handwriting exemplars were also collected, including Jeanette Reynolds, Bill Reynolds, Gerald Hostings, Jim Hudson's, and Triscam McReynolds. And the list goes on. April 97, Patsy Ramsey again gives another handwriting sample. Okay, so what's happening during that time, they're giving it to these experts, and the experts aren't giving them the answers that they want.
So they keep going back.
Keep going back.
Experts.
Yeah. Now, if you were Patsy Ramsey and you had an attorney, you think your attorney would say, well, you've got 4 of them. What's your problem? Do your job. But they weren't getting the right answer. And the reason they weren't is just like the DNA. They had that DNA in 1997 underneath JonBenét's fingernails. And guess what? They compared it to Burke, John, and Patsy. And guess what?
Okay, buddy.
It didn't match.
Well, so in a court of law, and I know the answer to this, but these people that come in and they just staunchly say in the chat, Burke did it, Patsy did it, John did it, right? Look, everybody's welcome to their opinion, but to put it so bluntly like that seems a little bit ridiculous. But what is more, what is held in higher regard in a court of law, handwriting analysis or DNA?
DNA.
Of course.
How would you like to be a 9-year-old little boy in 1997 and the authorities have eliminated your DNA from the fingernails and the underwear of your little sister who's been strangled in the basement with a garrote, but they're still telling you could have done it.
I mean,
and if you think about the DNA, by the way, it's under both hands.
well, it's like this right here. The family didn't hurt her. It doesn't mean they weren't somehow involved.
During the last year,
I don't even know what that means.
During the last year with John, I've had to get pretty explicit with him. And I said, John, let's think about this. I said, your daughter's doing this, okay, like this, and she's doing this because her neck is all scratched up from her own fingernails. And simultaneously, she's trying to fight off the offender. And I told him, I said, JonBenét solved her own murder. There's not another case on the earth, I think, if the victim had unknown male DNA under their fingernails, that the public wouldn't say that's the killer, except this one.
So, and I would agree with you that whoever's DNA was under her fingernails and whoever left DNA on her pajamas, that's your culprit, that's your killer, that's your guy, and it's a male DNA.
There's There's 5 places for it. They all match the same dude. They just don't know who that dude is.
Nothing from the family.
Nothing. Zero. Nada. Zilch. They would have arrested him by now.
Oh, they tried.
Correct.
Didn't
and guess
work.
what? They didn't.
Well,
there's a reason for it.
Right.
You know,
so
you can indict a ham sandwich.
Well, that's true. But why have they
remember the defense isn't in a grand jury proceeding?
No,
so
I
you
know.
Don't get you don't get to cross-examine the cop. The cop can just sit there. Let me give you a perfect example. Nanos. I rest my case. All I have to do is use one word, nanos.
So why doesn't Boulder to this day or at this point in time come out and say this?
You have to ask him.
Because all those people that worked that case, I would assume that they're retired. They still have the case. It's still their case. But they have all that evidence. So what is the point of them not coming out and saying, look, yeah, we have DNA. We have unknown male DNA that matches none of the family. Like what does that hurt?
You have to ask them.
You guys have had no contact with them.
John has asked them to meet with us.
And they have not.
They don't want to.
They give a reason?
Odd.
What is it, Gary?
It's odd.
Yeah.
This is why he said, okay, I'll go public with it. That nobody knew we were working behind the scenes with him. We were just going to kind of, give him our findings, put it all together, which we do in a little package, and let him do what he needs to do. This is about JonBenét Ramsey. It's not about John, the dad. He is the family member because we saw the victimology tonight. But this is about this little girl. It's about nobody else. And it's about, is there an offender out there right now? We got a lot of questions that we're asking, and we're going to get a lot of answers.
Gary, is a 9-year-old capable of understanding how to use a garrote?
Not really. So you have to understand that garrotes or anything even similar are clear instruments of sexually sadistic homicide or torture. And you would generally see those, first of all, an offender who probably has escalated to it because the point is to protract the thrill, meaning that you've tried other things and they didn't prove to be enough. So it would be very difficult to believe, first of all, that somebody that young who had no history of doing anything like that would suddenly erupt into serial sexual behavior, right? But secondly, this is a prepubescent boy, as far as I know. He's completely prepubescent at 9 years old.
9.
Right, he was only 9. Completely prepubescent. Well, there are some children who have early puberty, but 9 is really young. And I think that it's very unlikely that he would even if he was violent in that way, that at 9 years old it would take the shape of a sexual aggression like that. The other thing is that really nowhere in the annals of crime have I ever heard of somebody using a garrote in a sexual assault on their own family member. There are certainly incestuous attacks, but not using a garrote. That's just too strange. It just doesn't happen. I think also the strength that would be required and the ingenuity that was necessary and all of it just doesn't work out to make sense. I think that there is this weird tendency people have to almost want things to be inside jobs. I think because it reduces their own anxiety that things are totally random and can happen the way, like when 9/11 happened here in New York, I remember very well. A lot of people I knew said, it was an inside job. And I used to think to myself, you want to believe that because it's less scary than thinking that it just happened.
That's a great point.
Right? It's easier to think it happened from the inside because then it feels like it's controlled and predictable. And this is not something that a child does to another child. So I think that's a patently absurd idea. Of course, I don't think you disagree with anything I said as somebody who has expertise in those kinds of child offenses. So that just doesn't exist. But I'm more interested in the psychology of why people wanted to believe that it was a family member that did it. But this is clearly the behavior of some kind of mixed degree of organization, fantasy-oriented, probably local sex offender who I would guess had at least one other victim within a 50-mile radius.
Well, the problem is if it's a sex offender, that his DNA would be in CODIS, wouldn't it?
No, because of the year, right, Chris? It was too early.
97 now. Yeah, 96 now.
So
it just didn't exist.
It just, but the thing is, I have no doubt that whoever did this, for example, this is the type of offender that, let's say he had a fantasy about JonBenét and he is casing the place and figuring out where to take her and fantasizing and so forth. And then she dies too quickly, or he has to bludgeon her because she's screaming or something. In his mind, he has to bludgeon her. Well, an offender like that would feel furious that the victim dared to die or dared to pass away before they played out their fantasy. Chris, like the Wesley Allen Dodd types, right? That they want it protracted. As a matter of fact, one of the prime reasons someone like that kills for the first time is because they've asserted so much force in a sexual act that the victim dies, or they're killing a witness. I think she died because he bludgeoned her because something happened. He lost control. She made noise, and he had to, he felt he had to bludgeon her. And that makes an offender like that feel furious. And what a person like that will do is go out and find another victim nearby or connected to her in some way, right? So, like, let's say you went to a church, you were a sex offender, and you were spying a kid in the choir that you had a fantasy about. And you go to her home and you assault her and she dies and you're furious. You might kill her friend in the same choir. Think, for example, of Manny Cortez, who killed a child. We covered him on Violent Minds Killers on tape. He killed a child in like the bleachers of her school. She died too quickly for the fantasy, so he killed her friend in the same school. You understand? So I wouldn't be surprised if there's another child victim linked to JonBenét in some way, and the same guy went after her as like a consolation prize.
Yeah, and also one of the things, right. One of the things to balance out here as well, the Guthrie family and the Ramsey family is like apples and oranges, because the victimology is the complete opposite ends of the spectrum. And one was murdered with a garrote, the other was taken. So to even use that as an analogy.
Compare the two.
Well, even to use it as an analogy is that's what cops do, and they waste so much time because they're not using the science behind it, the behavioral science behind it, a whole bunch of other factors. It's just like, well, because I think that, therefore it is. Okay, well, I want $1 million. I'll wait. It's almost like, what's your pronoun? I don't know. Today I feel like, he, she, they, them. What the heck is that? Okay, well, guess what's going to happen when the archaeologists dig you up in 100 years? They're going to look at your hips and go, boy, girl. Next. It's like this whole idea of we can't think clearly. And so you get these comparative analysis against the Guthrie mom, 84 years old in the house, and then a 6-year-old girl in 1996 in the basement with a garrote tied around her neck. Really?
Yeah, you can't. You're right. You can't compare the two. I mean, that's just sort of asinine. But people like to do that, and I'm not.
Well, no, I'm not saying. Thank goodness they're not investigators. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah, I thought about that.
I mean, and we have lost our minds in society. We are accepting of stupid on steroids. And by the way, Gary, I'm interested in your opinion on some of the most recent studies coming out about IQs dropping in schools.
Well, because you have to remember that IQ has two major components. One is this sort of more inborn, hereditary kind of intelligence, and then there's the kind that gets crystallized by education. And so what you would expect is that a big chunk of IQ is going to be affected by people not learning very much. And so the full scale IQ is going to come down, right? You'd expect one aspect of IQ to not really be affected by that. You just have it or you don't. And then the other part of IQ, which is related to education level, you'd expect it to change, especially because of these. These are essentially turning us into cyborgs. The only difference between a cyborg and a human at this point is that the phone is not in our body. But there is nothing that is not here. Nothing. In 5 seconds, you can look up absolutely anything, translate anything, know any fact. If you took a test in school and had your phone in front of you, you'd get 100. Very easy. Right. Which makes people feel that learning is not necessary. They don't understand that school is about teaching you how to think, not only memorizing facts to do well on Jeopardy. You know what I mean? It's about understanding how to think. That's really the problem I'm having with people right now, is they don't know how to think. Like Lewis Black made fun of it. Lewis Black said,
he's one of my favorites.
He's hilarious. He said something like, the way of thinking now is something like, Hitler had a mustache and Mother Teresa had a little faint mustache, so therefore Mother Teresa was Hitler. Well, that's the contemporary brain, right? Like ridiculous logic, stupid, dumb, And I have to tell you that it's a plague. It's a plague.
Well, hate is a commodity.
Well, that's a whole other story. Hate becomes very easy when you're simplistic because you think of things in a tribal, black and white way. And when you don't have verbal skills to sort of talk down your feelings, you're just going to get aggressive. So, right. So the time we're living in is I like that Ella Chica in the audience said, I like to hear myself talk. Actually, I don't. But I don't like hearing
right there's the perfect example. That's a great.
I don't like hearing you talk, so Josh is going to boot you now.
It's a great example.
Yes, please get rid of that person, Josh.
I mean, it's just like
I don't get paid to be here, right? I'm talking just to help these people.
You got to do like the Three Stooges. Put your hand up and one of these things.
I didn't even see it, but it got deleted. So
dumb.
But why not love that person, right? Because it's more about them than it is about us. And that's why I always put them up on put them up in the limelight. They're looking for the attention. Let's give it to them for about 2 seconds. Okay. And meaning, honestly, I think we all know they don't know our lives.
No.
It's like the guy when I had a guy on a bridge one time, on the I-5 bridge one time, he was ready to jump. and we had to shut the freeway down. And it just happened to be during rush hour. Okay. And you know where I'm going here, Gary. Well, during rush hour, this guy's standing up there and he's got a razor blade. And I'm talking to him, trying to, calm him down, get him off the sign. He was on one of those freeway signs at the top. Long story short, cars are getting off of the freeway and they're having to get off the off ramp and get back onto the on ramp. And they're yelling at him, jump.
Yeah, right. Jump. Like on The Office, I think there's an episode.
Jump.
Yeah, I remember that.
And every once in a while he'd look over and go, well, what did that guy say? I said junk.
Oh, yeah, right.
He thinks this is junk. But that's how people are. It's the human condition.
Yeah, hold on.
And
Well, that's why, Chris, I want you to know, I cannot believe how many messages I got about a comment I made on your podcast last night, which I meant as a passing remark, but people thought it was very clever, and I didn't think of it that way. Is that you were talking about that park that is near, that seems to be potentially involved in some way in the Guthrie story as a nexus point for how offenders might have learned about Nancy, and I said, well, where do you expect to find criminals? Right, you go looking for them in a seedy place, not and then I said it reminded me of the story of Jesus where they couldn't find him, and then the virgin went and looked for him, and he said, why were you looking for me everywhere? Didn't you think you'd find me in my Father's house? Well, the people found that more clever than I meant it, because it sounded like what I was suggesting is evil people are in, their Father's house. But so I guess I sort of did mean it that way. But what I meant is like dark people are in a dark place. Like where the heck else do you think you go looking for them? But anyway, but I always loved that story. That's the only story we have about like puberty age Jesus.
Well, we got him up to 12.
Only one. That's the only story. He's 12 years old. The only one we have is that one story about him getting lost and them going looking for him and him saying that, and that's it.
One of the things that people don't, or that maybe we don't think about sometimes.
Yeah.
What did his father do? What did Joseph do?
Well,
carpenter. Yeah. You know who his number one customers were?
I know what you're going to say.
What? Okay.
The Romans who had to make mountains of crucifixes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Just think, Jesus grew up watching his father create the devices that would be utilized to torture people. And he one day would also be subject to the same device. And by the way, back then it wasn't crosses, they were X's. Yeah. And they used to hang them on the trade routes of people going by, except for Golgotha where he was hung.
Well, everything was orchestrated. Everything was spiritually orchestrated to make it very clear that he was like a Paschal lamb.
Yeah,
first of all, definitely. First of all, there's no way he wasn't born in December. He was born when remember what it says?
April.
Yes, and there were in the same country some shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. Right. So that's April or so. Right. So clearly the shepherds are out with the sheep that are going to be slaughtered.
Yep.
Then they bring frankincense and myrrh to his birth. Like it's like bringing embalming fluid to the birth, right? Like it was clear, like the message is this baby's going to die, matter of time, right? Then you have him when Simeon comes over, and a sword shall pierce your heart. I mean, can you imagine telling the baby's mother that? So it means clear. And then the idea that he was probably crucified when they were slaughtering the lambs in the background. I have no doubt of it, that the crossover between Passover and Easter is not a coincidence. So I think the whole thing was just to kind of give that message that the blood of the lamb, is what keeps death from, visiting your house, that kind of thing. But what I found so interesting about it is that people writing to me and feeling that it's a very beautiful thing that we're not ashamed to talk about faith. Because a lot of people in 2026 feel that they have to have faith in the closet. And it makes them feel.
Well, we talk about faith. Right. I talk about faith because I've stood over dismembered bodies.
Yeah.
I literally, an arm over there, the hands over there, the legs over there.
Right. What else is there?
The center torso is disbalm, just cut out, and the organs are laying on the torso. What am I not supposed to have faith? Am I not allowed it? That's what is an interesting driver for me. I standing in those types of conditions go, well, wait a minute, is there evil? And should I ignore evil? Or should if I talked about evil right now,
right.
Okay, anything evil, everybody would be like, oh yeah, that's cool. But if I say anything about faith or a religious experience or, that kind of thing, remember the movie Killer Sally?
Yeah, a long time.
On Netflix?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
I worked that crime scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah. His whole jaw was blown off. Wow. It was gone. He was standing that happened at my agency, and Netflix made a big movie out of it. He was standing there and she walked up with a shotgun and blew his face off. I was in that room with that guy for about 4.5 hours. He's dead on a doornail. Am I not allowed to talk about faith? I'll tell you, people haven't seen anything on this earth until you see what the human spirit is capable of. And now the public is seeing it today in our society because, the poor little girl on the train where the guy walks up behind her and cuts her throat and leaves her for dead. And then walks off the train like it was yesterday. Cops have been seeing this for years. This is not new. It's not new. And you know what? It is faith, or at least a belief in something higher that people can be better.
Yeah.
A lot of people have asked me, Chris, how do you stay, just even half balanced? And I tell them, because I believe in a higher power. I'm just organized matter. I'm just dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And when you recognize that in the human condition, well, then guess what? You can put people up on the screen and say, you know what? How can I help you? Even though you're criticizing me, it's more about you than it is me. Because if that person, hypothetically, not this one, but if another person, I love it when I get messages saying, how could you say that about this person or that person? And then I respond back to them and tell them, well, how could you not say it? And of course, it hits the black hole. They never respond because they probably have 4 or 5 computers around them eating a box of bombs. Okay. And they're probably 650 plus in the basement.
Yeah, well, but I got to tell you, Chris, I've counseled a lot of people over the years in a lot of settings, professionally, as a seminarian, etc. And I've encountered a lot of people who they get angry when you talk about faith. They don't just say like, "Oh, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about that," or "I don't believe that, so put it over there." They actually get furious. And what I've learned is that people who have that reaction often have that reaction because they feel indicted by what you believe. And they figure it's much better to kill off the faith and say it doesn't exist than to be indicted by it. So with that kind of person, you think to yourself, what did you do that your conscience is bothering you so much? I don't necessarily say that to them, but I often think that there are a lot of people who have that furious reaction because the idea is if I could just get rid of it, then I don't have to sit with the guilt. And so that's happened a lot. And I've had a lot of people that I've worked with who demonstrate behaviors that I know are related to moral guilt.
Do you believe that hate is learned?
Well, let me build to that point, because that's a good question. This sounds like an episode of the Witness Box, Josh, which I miss. But I remember there was a woman in the neighborhood who I noticed every time she went into the local store and she paid for something, she would sneak over to a corner or something and she would pull out baby wipes and wipe the money, right? To clean the money before she would pay. So one day we got into a conversation and she said, "Oh, do you think it's a little weird of me that I do that and whatever? Because I saw you sort of eyeballing me." And I pulled her into a corner and I said to her, "What did you do? What did you do that you feel so guilty about this money?" And I found out that she was a sex worker that was doing it out of a kind of desperation, and she felt ashamed. And she was cleaning the money because it felt dirty. And I said to her, let's have a talk or whatever. And I discussed it with her, and I told her about the dignity of her soul and and so forth. But the thing is that I remember she got very tearful. There are people like this. They have guilt. Or like a person who's washing his hands a million times, and you say, "What did you steal?" That kind of thing. There, because as Fulton Sheen, the famous preacher on TV, you remember him, Chris? He's going to be a saint. They're about to, I think in September, he's going to be declared blessed. He always used to talk about how guilt makes a person like a tube of toothpaste where the cap is on too tight. Eventually, it's going to burst. Unless you're a psychopath, it's going to burst. And he used to say, and I agree, that the greatest piece of literature on guilt ever written was Macbeth. Because in Macbeth, you have two people who kill someone, and one of them has a totally neurotic reaction, the wife. She paces, she washes her hands repetitively, remember? Out, down, spot. She can't get the blood off her hands in her mind, and then she kills herself. And Macbeth has a psychotic reaction. He hallucinates a dagger. Remember the whole thing? He's like completely out of his mind, psychotic. And he makes his famous tomorrow speech. Well, the point is they're reacting to guilt, moral guilt. And our society is like that. A lot of what you're seeing now is a reaction to guilt. And I'll give you an example. If you take faith and philosophy and you throw them out, what happens to the religion instinct? You turn it into a moralism, and you go around correcting people's grammar and yelling at them about the way they speak and so forth. And they become like little popes, those people. They cancel you and meanwhile, the people that are doing the canceling have no moral compass whatsoever a lot of the time. So that the idea is that it's an overcompensation for your own guilt. And I think what's happened is, as Fulton Sheen famously said, guilt has become sin has become a four-letter word. I think it's very healthy for a person to realize they've committed sin or have fault, come to grips with it, and make their peace. But if you can't, you're going to drive yourself mad. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. But can I criticize both of you for 1 second?
Criticize away.
Okay, well, I'm going to. The one thing,
and then I'll answer Chris' question.
And I respect you guys highly. You guys know that. I think the world of both of you. But the one thing that drives me nuts with you guys is, with all the love that you get, you tend to focus on the hate.
You mean the people who dislike us?
In the chat, you see one single comment and you hone in on it. And for some reason, it's the one thing that catches your eyes, and not the tens of thousands of comments that say, "We appreciate you. We love listening to you. We think you're awesome." Just because somebody says you like to hear your own voice should not trigger you that way, Dr. Gary. Should it or shouldn't it?
Well, it's more that stupidity offends me.
Yeah.
The existence of stupidity bothers me.
And I understand that. I get it. But what about the existence of the love that you get?
You don't understand. I'm not personally offended. I'm horrified that stupidity exists.
Yeah, but
it's like it's out in the world doing damage. It bothers me. When someone walks around with that way of thinking.
Yeah, but why give them it?
I mean, it's a good point, but I'm just saying, like, I can't believe it. It shocks me. It sickens me because you have to understand. If I went around telling people what I thought all day long, there'd be a lot of heartbreak.
Sure. No,
I gotta hold my tongue, and I'm sure Chris, you do too. Right, you hold your tongue, and I think it's just that you can't believe that some people just don't have a filter like that, and they just say whatever shoots up that spinal cord. It's like boom, and you just kind of go like, what? So I think that every once in a while I like to point out how horrifying it is. But you're not wrong. I mean, I think that the right thing to do is to take the Zen attitude, that it's insignificant. You're right. It's a good point.
I guess it's not so much the Zen attitude, but at the same time, the love should also overwhelm you, and the hate should underwhelm you, because there's far less. Like if all we did was focus on hate, we would drive ourselves crazy. And sometimes we do. And trust me, I've been as guilty of this, what I'm telling you, as anybody. I've done it.
We're human.
Yeah, and especially when I first started doing things like this, I got called out for it all the time. They said, you never respond to kind comments, Josh. You only go after people that say mean things about you. Which is what I was doing, because for some reason, I gave those people the attention that I thought that maybe they need. And now, don't get me wrong, I have no problem going after somebody, out of fun or boredom, like if that's what we're wanting to do. But don't you think that with all the good, with all the support, more people that watch this show or your show or your piano page, Chris, or the interview room, they appreciate what you're doing far more than the 2 or 3 people that come in because they have a miserable, pathetic life. And like you said, weigh 600 pounds.
To quote Matt Damon, What About Mary?
Oh, there's something about Mary?
Yeah, something about Mary. Yeah. Nobody can tell me I can't work with retards.
Talk about Matt Dillon?
Yeah, Matt Dillon, yes. Yeah.
So what do? I work with retards.
Well,
what? Nobody can tell me you can't work with retards.
I remember that.
And so now see, I'm sure I've offended somebody in that 30-second piece.
Why? Because you were quoting a movie?
No. So for me, it's I wish I could just give them a screen test. You know what the screen test is? Whenever we would have a drunk and they're just, cutting loose on you, spitting on you, and all of a sudden, I'm going to kill your mom, I'm going to kill your family and everybody. The largest German Shepherd in the world somehow would run out in the street and you'd have to slam on your brakes. And they'd be in this back seat and they'd go boom and hit the screen. And you turn around and go, holy crap, did you see that dog? And it shuts them up in about 2.5 seconds. It's called the screen test. Okay. I'm just used to giving people the screen test.
Sure.
Because they're, they don't have any common sense, and all they're interested in doing is making somebody else hurt. And I've seen hurt in people, and I'm not like that. I don't try to hurt people. I try to, help people. The greatest exercise we'll ever do is lift somebody else up, not tear somebody down. That's easy to do. We can do that in 30 seconds, in 2 seconds. We can do it with a chat, and a couple of words. People can get hurt, but what they don't realize, this is the exact same behaviors that took place when they walked past the concentration camps and they saw all the white smoke, and they go, I wonder what's going on in there. People never did anything about it before it happened, and the Holocaust is a terrible, terrible place to be. Our society right now is in a place right now where violence has become so normal for people that words, remember, words are powerful and words are like two-edged swords and they cut and they hurt people. I don't think we'll be judged for our actions. I think we'll be judged for the reaction we wanted out of people.
Yeah. That's a good point. That is a good point.
Because the Lord says, love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, might, mind, and strength. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Interesting. You can't love your neighbor unless you have some type of self-worth. And guess what? The first thing you're going to be asked if there is a judgment day in terms of from a religious perspective is, how did you love your neighbor? Not how did you love yourself? That will be the first question. Well, for me, it will be, how did you treat your wife and your children? And then it will probably be, I already saw what you did on the other stuff. So let's not talk about that. Let's talk about your neighbor. Let's talk about your friends. Let's talk about the person sitting next to you. Today, not to say, look at me, but I found out a guy is starting a repair business around here, and he was asking for jobs, okay, and things to do. So I called him. I had a feeling, and anyway, when it was all over, I said, "Hey, would you do me a favor?" And he goes, "What's that, sir?" I said, "Would you take that right there?" And it was a thing. And he looked at me, he goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Would you take that?" I said, "I don't need it anymore." And you know what he told me? He said, "You're not going to believe it." Was a power washer. He goes, "You're not going to believe this." I said, "What?" He said, "Some lady just asked me to clean her house outside." He said, "I was going to go buy a power washer." I said, "Well, see, there you go. The universe is on schedule. Go ahead and take it." He goes, "How much you want for it?" I said, "You don't have to give me any money. It's yours." And he took it. And guess what? I'm sure he went and power washed a house today. Do you think that's by accident? Anybody? No, that's how the universe works. When you get that feeling about the person sitting next to you, it never hurts to lean over and go, "Hey, how's your life? Tell me a little bit about your day." But today, we're just in this circumstance where it's easy to offend, it's easy to hurt, it's easy to get offended, okay? And I'm just not used to it, to be honest with you, because that's, to answer your question, Josh. I mean, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but because it's just the way life is. But I can tell you this: I had a feeling, and I called that guy, and he came over, and it just so happened that he needed that more than I needed it, and it's his. And he drove away, and he said, "Thank you." I said, "Yeah, take care. Aloha." And another time, I got to be honest with you. Another time on the job, there was a guy. His name was Willie Waller. He was a homeless guy. He was so dirty. He would, have the green trench coats and all this other stuff. And it was just saturated with dirt and all this other stuff. I taught my children how to cook meals, put them in boxes, and we would drive down there and we'd find Willie. And we would kick him, these whatever. I'd have my kids, all my kids, go over there and give that another human being just like you. And don't talk down to him. Don't give him pity. Just talk to him like a human being.
Yeah.
Okay? I have a picture of my son in Guatemala at 19 years old.
Dylan.
Dylan.
Yeah.
On his knees, washing a man's feet in a basin. That's humanity. And you know what? He's going to be mad at me that I even said that. Okay. That I wish we had more of that. So for me, It's like, okay, I know what my problems are. Trust me. You know?
Yeah, well, do you realize that at the Last Supper, when we get that story from the Gospel of John, do you realize that it is very patently clear from the scripture that Jesus washed the feet of Judas,
Yeah.
knowing full well what he was going to go out and do?
Yeah. And you know, Judas committed suicide.
Mhm. He despaired, as opposed to Peter, who, the tradition says cried so much that he had furrows in his cheeks. And there's a difference. But I have to tell you that every time I think about that, it brings a tear to my eye, because it tells you everything you need to know. I mean, the idea, you say, well, why is God kind to awful people? Oh, he's been doing that for all along, and it's an amazing thing, because you could sit and meditate at very great length about what the meaning is of washing the feet of someone that's about to stab you in the back, and
he did love Judas. He
Yeah.
absolutely loved him.
sure he did.
Absolutely, no question.
He called him a devil.
So
But he still loved him.
He
Yeah.
said, "Go and do what thou doeth. Do it quickly."
yeah,
Remember, he said one of you was a devil.
well, he was.
Called him a devil.
He said, "One of you will betray me."
Right. But it actually says in the scripture, there's a line where he says, and one of you is a devil. I
And
imagine.
what's the definition of that? That the devil is the opposition of good. There has to be opposition in all things.
Mhm.
It's not some guy spitting guacamole out with a fire and a pitchfork.
No,
It's just the human condition of how we treat each other, not following our conscience. That's what that's what evil is.
right. Well, it's
And-
complicated because, Chris, because spiritually, one of the things that people have debated for a long time is the question of whether Judas was ultimately, in a way, possessed. Because the idea is that someone had to be the mechanism through which evil did what it did, when to be given over like that. But it's complicated because I think he had that choice. I think Judas ultimately had to make a choice. But the thing of calling him a devil has led some people to conclude that he was ultimately possessed, to say that. And I don't know how I feel about that. I only know that I believe that Judas made a choice and then despaired because he didn't believe he could be forgiven.
I have a question. On
Yeah.
the judgment day,
Mhm.
on whatever that means, right? On judgment day. Hey, are we all going to be there?
Oh yeah. Be there or be square.
So what does that mean in the big picture? We left. 1/3 of the host of heaven was cast out, and where were they cast? To the earth. And guess what? Everybody will rise in the resurrection, whatever that is. But we're all going to be there. So guess what? We're all here now. Some people make bad choices, but the one thing God has given us, he says, the greatest gift I give unto you is life. Second unto that is the ability to choose. Free moral agency. What do you want to do with that life? It's up to you. For Josh's dad, he chose to do drugs. He chose to do all kinds of different things. Those choices led to the inability to have stopgaps in his behavior, and he shot his mother. The anger took over. Okay. But there are other people that have had the exact same circumstances and they haven't done that.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Right.
Right. When when I'm sitting across from a guy who's blown somebody's head off, if I looked at them and said, you know what? I know you blow that guy's head off. I ain't going to go anywhere. Okay. I was just in Tucson the other day with cold water, handing it to people saying, hey, you want a cold water? And will you talk to me? If they said no, I said, well, here you go. There's a cold water anyway. Do you know anything about this 84-year-old woman that was taken out of her house? I'm looking for this guy. Have you seen this guy? And you know what, that is lost in our society. It's lost, and it's a scary proposition, for me, for my grandchildren. Not for me. I'm pass go, collect $200. Okay. But for other people, the one thing that's really interesting, I had somebody the other day say, "How old are you?" I was getting my hair cut. I said, "Well, how old do you think I am?" She goes, "I have no idea." I said, "Well, I'll be 67." They go, "Oh my gosh, you don't think, talk, or look like you're 67." I said, "Yeah, that's because, I've had 4 facelifts and all this other stuff." She started laughing. Right. And I said, the one thing that you'll learn when you get to this age is you just don't care.
Yeah, that's true.
And yeah.
And Karen loves you. That's the thing. Karen is like I'm sure when you get the other side, you'll learn that, Karen was like given to you for spiritual reasons.
No question.
Yeah. Because Karen is like what they call, in the time of Dante, there used to be an expression they used to call a woman like that a scala dei, which is a staircase to God.
Yeah, and she's a balance. She's a balance.
Yeah, that's how Dante saw Beatrice. That the idea is that you meet the right person and that they were the pathway to get you home. And she's a wonderful person. You're very lucky to find her.
I married so far up. It's amazing.
It's called outpicking your cover.
I didn't talk to her for a whole year. That's crazy. I don't know what my problem was. It was definitely me.
It's your haircut. It was your haircut.
Brings that
Absolutely.
It brings out
probably my nose hairs or something. Now that I'm at this age, hair's just popping out of every opening on the. It's like, what the heck? When they were cutting my hair the other day, like, the same girl, she's like, "You want me to trim your ears?" And I said, "I got hair in my ears. Are you serious?" No wonder I can't hear straight.
No, but I've definitely learned in my lifetime that sometimes you meet someone and you find them very attractive and you find them so intelligent, whatever. And despite the fact that people may think highly of you, there's always that little part of you as a loving person. The point of being loving is you always want to give the person everything, right? To be better than you are for them, right? So you doubt yourself and you say, "Why me?" Why? And it's astounding because the person will always say, "I can't even imagine anybody else. Like, of course I would choose you. Like, I think you're the best." And you sit there and you go, like, have I deceived them? Like, have they been like bopped on the head? Like, is this oxygen deprivation? Like, what's going on here? Am I an imposter? But the reality is that person looks at you through the eyes of love. And it's an astounding thing.
But love is unconditional, of course. But the key to any good relationship is listening.
Oh yeah,
active listening, and that means let the person finish.
Mm-hmm.
Let her. I don't know if I've ever shared. Karen was doing a story on the Cuban ballet one time. She used to write for a magazine. She used to write for a magazine called Worlds Today. And she's a very, very astute. She knows a lot about art. One day you need to talk to her about it. And she says, "Hey, I'm going to go to Cuba and I'm going to cover the Cuban ballet." I said, "Cool." Next thing you know, I'm getting phone calls from Havana. Literally. And I'm like, "Where are you?" "Well, I'm in Havana." "Oh, wow. Okay, cool. What phone are you using?" "Well, they only have one in the hotel. It's here at the desk. And you can hear all the click, 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 click." And I'm like, "Well, they're probably listening to us. So, how's it going?" And, she's just determined. And that is also part of our secret. I let her be Karen. I don't try to get in the way of that. And she lets me be Chris. And you'll notice when we, are talking, she'll look over at me like, "Okay, I got to fix him right now because he's just off into left field or right field, whatever field I was in. It wasn't the right field, or it wasn't the right one." Okay. Yeah. And That's just how she is. And she's like that. My sweetheart has no guile. She
Like
has, I have never heard her say something negative. And I'm not just saying this. Okay. I have never heard her say anything about people that she doesn't like somebody or doesn't this, doesn't that. Somehow she has an amazing gift
It's
to
true.
find the good in all that she sees. And that makes me a better person.
Yes.
And she said, I listen like her girlfriend. So that makes her a better person.
That's hilarious.
I think that might say a little bit more about you than her,
Well, I'm
though.
thinking about changing my pronouns.
Well,
Him,
Chris, it must have been.
him, they, them, yum, zippy.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
But Chris, when you lost your son,
Yeah.
It must have made a huge difference that the person experiencing alongside you was somebody like Karen.
We got through it collectively together. It was a shared experience.
Right. But I can't imagine if, because Karen is a very supportive, gentle, loving human being. I mean, it must have made a huge difference to have that be the person who was going through it with you. And of course, experiencing it herself. But
Yeah.
so I think you must have both been pretty amazing for each other at that time.
Well, and what's unique about that, right? We lost him in 2003, but
Yeah.
When I think I don't share it too often, but when we were first married, remember we were only married 3 weeks, and she had ovarian cancer. And before she went in for surgery, she had a 10-centimeter mass on her right ovary.
10 centimeters. Okay.
10 centimeters. Okay, it's the size of a small grapefruit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And before she goes in for surgery, she looks at me and she goes, "Honey, promise me one thing." I said, "What's that?" She goes, "Don't let them give me a full hysterectomy." She's going to hate me too. I'm teasing, but telling the story, but this is what happened. This is our life. Okay. And I said, "Okay, I promise you, I won't let them do that." So I'm sitting in the waiting room. 6 hours later, it was a 6-hour surgery, almost 8 hours actually, because they came out in the 6th hour. And her name is Dr. Brody. Dr. Brody, thank you if you're listening. You saved Karen's life. Okay. Dr. Brody walks out and I stand up. That's just how I am. I'm old school. And she says, "Sit down." I said, No. What's up? Well, how's it going? She goes, "Well, she got a 10-centimeter mass. And as we were moving it out, it uncapsulated. But they had capture stuff underneath it. And we're pretty sure we got most of it, but just to make sure, we have to take everything." I said, "You can't do that." She goes, "Chris, you don't understand. We're in there right now. We have to give her a full hysterectomy." I said, "You don't understand. I made a promise, and you're not going to do that." I said, "Wait till she wakes up, and then she can make that decision for her body." And she did. 4 years later, Dylan came. And right after that, after he was, she lost 4.5 pints of blood during her birth experience. I almost lost her. Okay. They kicked me out of the room. Okay. And this was when Dylan was being born.
It's a common theme with you.
You know what? I got the luck of the Irish. If I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all, as they say.
You seem to get booted out of a lot of places.
Yeah, and the OBGYN nurses know what I'm talking about. Get him out of here. Okay. Sure. And so all the doctors come rushing in. They rushed her into, to do whatever they had to do. And Dylan came to the world. Okay. And it was right after that, during that circumstance, that they gave her, took care of what they needed to do. But she told me, I knew I had a child coming, and I knew it was going to be a boy. And you ever see that movie Sliding Doors?
Yes.
That's a great movie. I love that movie.
Never seen it.
Very spiritual.
Gotta watch it.
It's a spiritually interesting film. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like one of those moments. She knew. She just knew. Okay. And, and today, what? Just May 2nd, we went to his wedding. God had a plan. Or the universe is on schedule, depend on how we look at it. I don't know. I haven't figured that piece of it out yet. But there had to be adversity to really realize that you need to give back. You need to just keep giving it back to the world. That's what drove me crazy about nanos and arresting these people, who are just trying to do what they want to do, out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. I mean, I was like, you got to be kidding me. They're not hurting anybody. Okay, so they're doing some stupid things. Okay, well, don't do stupid stuff, right? Remember the old Saturday Night Live about paying for stuff? Where do you get this stuff for money? Remember with Steve Martin? And it was hysterical.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Remember? Debt, how to stay out of debt. Okay, well, we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. Okay, great, fine. But when you don't make a mistake and somebody else does, doesn't mean you have to be punished for it. And so I like that balance in life. I don't like phonies. You guys know that's a big, huge part of my personality. And Gary, I need you to figure that out about me. Okay? Seriously, I can't stand phonies. It drives me nuts.
We've identified a few of them together.
Yes, we have. And that's because of you. And for that, I am always grateful.
I can read people from 100 miles away, Chris. Yes. Have you ever seen me call something and be wrong?
No, not yet. I mean, it's just
it's coming.
You know what? But you get into these moments where you're like, okay, I see what's going on, but your brain is so rapid.
That's true.
Right? It's so rapid.
You meant vapid.
Probably both. Yeah. Vapid.
I mean, he's one of the most compassionate people you ever meet.
Sure.
Okay? And that's your gift. But anyway, I gotta, again, this is why one of the things Karen says, you'll sit here and you'll talk for days. I love it. I'm like, okay.
Well, that's what you do. It's what we do.
Right.
That's what we do.
This microphone was a natural transition for me.
Well, you had done press, before, even while you were, at the police force. I mean, it's not new.
I would talk to suspects for hours.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what you've always done, and it's always what I've done too. I've always been, I think, since 2015 when I started podcasting. I mean, that's what I do. I've always talked,
And Deb Niner fan. I can't stand stupid phonies.
Right. Put it together into one big lump. No, it's true.
I did. We hit a bad actors. I love you. Yeah. That's a great little channel.
Yeah.
I go every once in a while.
It's hilarious. Isn't it?
She's awesome.
Like that? You saw it?
Whoever it is, you're awesome. Whoever you are.
Yeah.
Gary, do you think I'm a
what?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're a what?
No, I'm wondering, what your assessment of me would be in terms of, do you think I don't even know how to say it because I don't know what I'm trying to say. How do you read me? And it can be plus or minus. I'm good. I'm comfortable either way.
Read you're very complicated. Which aspect of you are you talking about?
I don't know. Why am I so sensitive?
Oh, that's an interesting question. First of all, I think that the upbringing that you had made you hold yourself and other people to a very different standard than other people hold themselves. There's no question in my mind that your superego is very harsh on you, and you hold yourself to a very high standard. And criticism is very hard because you really do seek to be a good man. I don't think it comes from a place of pride. I think it comes from you had people who taught you what being great really is. And I think it's very hard to live up to those two. I mean, your parents were extraordinary people, don't you think? And I think so. I mean, you literally, for a living, I like somebody in the audience said superego is a girly construct. Get rid of it. But can you hit the eject button on that person?
But
the thing is,
I need to stay and teach you some restraint.
I think they should be booted.
Yeah, I bet you do.
They're lowering the mean IQ.
This is a free assessment from Dr. Gary, and the world is witnessing it.
Mocking Freud is like
let's
Gary
put it
Kryptonite.
on the internet forever. Go ahead, finish your
It's like
thought process.
it's like Gary Kryptonite. Yes, get. So no, I think that, and it's interesting that for a living, I mean, you literally, you are a symbol of the moral code. I mean, it's like you're a walking superego. And I think that, when you understand that you hold yourself to that kind of standard, then the idea is that you're a truth seeker. I mean, you go out and you have a disdain for people that don't seem to have any integrity, or that don't hold themselves to the same high standard. I think it's very frustrating too when people, and not only that, but people who, instead of waking up every day and being hard on themselves and whipping themselves into shape and going out and dying for other people and so forth, are the opposite, that are takers and users and liars. And I think it disgusts you. I think that you can't abide it. It's like they're like the walking id, And I don't blame you, because I also was raised by people who taught me to be like that. I in my new book, the new book I'm doing, I think I've said this on your show, Josh. In the first chapter, when I talk about how we, those of us who are travelers in the darkness, as I'm going to call us, who do this kind of work, is that I think a lot of us experience a jealousy of people, an envy really of people who don't hold themselves to standards like that, or who aren't as bright. I've experienced jealousy of people who can go through life cluelessly. And I've experienced jealousy of people who don't feel compelled to give their whole lives up to help people. Because I look at them and I think, must be easy to sit there all day like a big infant and take and never think about anybody. It makes life very simple. You know what I'm saying? So I want to coin a word for that. We don't have a term for that. But I think that in the final analysis, I could not live a life where I didn't. I couldn't do it.
I could.
I don't think Josh could either. Any of us. I don't think Chris can either. And so that's why I think people like that feel a sense of duty is imposed on them. And then there's an irritation at people who don't have that duty imposed on them. It's like if you have two siblings and one has high expectations, the other one doesn't. You envy them a little bit. You sort of think like, I wish I could just wake up and be cute and get attention, but I've got to go out and save the world, And I think a lot of people who have that quality get irritated by people that walk around stupid and selfish. You understand? And I personally, I don't care for that kind of quality either. But I can also experience a jealousy of it. It would make life a lot easier. But so I think, Chris, I think it's frustrating, because I think the only thing worse than having that duty is being accused of doing things for the wrong reason, for not a noble reason, being selfish, being bad, being an idiot, being cruel, being whatever. And then you get defensive because you're like, are you kidding? I don't even let myself breathe. And you're criticizing me? Like I couldn't criticize myself more if I tried. And you were going to criticize me? Like, do you have any idea? So I think it has something to do with that. And that's the way I've always felt about you, which means ultimately that I think of you as a very good man. And I don't like the unfair treatment that you get. Josh, you get unfairly treated too, but you take light more.
Mm-hmm. I think I get treated pretty fairly.
Sometimes people are outrageous too.
That's okay.
But the good thing is that my sense has been that when you find someone who loves you, they shock you by liking you just the way that you are. I mean, yeah, I was recently talking to somebody who, who cares about me a great deal, and I kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm going on and on. Sorry, I know I can talk too much."
Can I share a story with you?
Yeah, yeah. The person, well, the end of the story is that the person said to me, "But I love listening to you," and I was like, "You do? You understand? Like that's the thing, and it surprises you." So go on, Chris. And what did you feel about what I said?
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's what it is.
I have high expectations, but it came from my parents, as obviously both. I've gone through that story 1,000 times, but um, I'll never forget because I was born in 1959,
Mm-hmm.
and in 1969 I was 10 years old. We were living in Yokohama, Japan, because we lived there 3 years when I was a kid, and I was riding my bicycle in some of the back paths, and I came across this homeless man.
Mm-hmm.
I brought him home.
Sounds like you.
And as I got to, the high, I was, telling him, Papa San, follow me. And,
Papa San.
and we got to the house, and my dad, the great man that he was, he's since passed. He goes, "What's going on, pal?" I said, "Dad, I said, we need to help this guy." And he looks at him and goes, "Okay, yep, here we go." And you know what he did? He took him into the house, let him use our shower, cleaned him up, let him shave, gave him a suit and tie. And he basically said, "See you later." I swear to you, like 4 months later, we get a doorbell ring, or it was a knock on the door. It's the same guy. And he had a wad of yen. And he leans forward and he bows and he says, "Domo arigatou gozaimasu ne," means thank you very much. I appreciate you. And my dad pushed the money back. Okay. And he tells me, just say something in Japanese to him. Okay. And that it's okay. Now, you have to understand my father. My father was in 3 wars.
Mm-hmm.
And he had taken a lot of lives in his time. Okay. And I saw that humanity in him.
Yeah.
And I think that really hit my heart. Even to this day, I remember that like it was yesterday. And I don't share that story very often. I have shared it, but not very often. And it was it was like these life events that had to happen.
Right.
They had to happen. And I think that's part of why the expectations,
Right.
my expectations are so high. And you're right. I have very high standards.
That's right. And that's why I consider it a very high compliment that you stick around me.
Well, and that's why I flipped it on Nancy Grace at CrimeCon. When she tried to embarrass me in front of 6,000 people by saying, "Oh, this guy still thinks the family did it." I said, "Does it get any better than Nancy Grace?" And then I followed it up pretty quickly. And those of you who were there know what I'm about ready to say. I said, "Yeah, but I had a 90% solvability rate. I wouldn't accept anything less than that." Okay? Well, basically my messaging. Now, that means 10% I was wrong. Could I be wrong? Yeah, it could be in the 10%, tile. But I think in 90%, I think I'm on the compass is focused north, and we'll see what happens. And that's because I've learned, but I have a low tolerance for coffee and crackers and all this other weirdness out there, who just criticize you because it's just you. Okay, fine. Bring the receipts. When I knew Nanos, and by the way, Nanos has backed off. I got a text message today from some of the guys at Pima County Sheriff's who told me it's come down, back off from the YouTubers. How about that one?
Why do you think that?
Because he knew. He's like open mouth, insert foot, man. You know, you can't order your command staff to order officers on the street to go out and start pushing people around. You just can't do that.
Do you think they're going to sue for like constitutional violation or something, that they were there, that they had a constitutional right to be there?
Oh, absolutely. You can't set the precedent.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I was curious.
But as a law enforcement officer, if you're on that, if there's a 4-foot easement, okay, and it's connected to the street, that means it's public property. Anything on the other side is private property. So if you're within that easement or the public road, and as long as you're not standing there, you know, stopping traffic or, you know, acting whatever, okay, you're good. You can't do anything about it. Now, the only thing that would change that is if you're stepping over into people's property and you're taking, you know, using the bathroom or, you know, doing stupid stuff like that. Now you can make a case for a public nuisance. However, if you have a tent and it's on the public property and nobody sees what you're doing in that tent, that's not a crime. There's no crime against being stupid. It doesn't exist. Or else we'd all be in jail. Okay? You know, it's like drunks. You know, okay, hey, get your buddy home, man. Get him home. Yeah, but he just peed his pants. Well, okay, he's stupid.
Yeah, but you can't. But Chris, and I agree with you. You know, crime is a crime, and not a crime is not a crime. But you do understand why it upsets people.
Of course,
when they're out there.
Of course, but the Ku Klux Klan upset people too. But they look what just happened in Manhattan. You had a bunch of people who decided to get in Manhattan and slap their bodies. Okay, is that stupid? For some, you may go, yeah, that looks stupid. For them, it's a religious service. And the Constitution of the United States and the First Amendment protects that as a right to do that to themselves. Okay. We can't stop that as law enforcement. That's not what the Constitution and the oath of the office is about. Okay. I can tell you how many times, I can't tell you how many times, you know, you'd get the phone call. Yeah. Hey, my neighbor is standing in his yard watering my grass. Okay. And what else? Well, he's got the stream of water. I'm using this as a hypothetical. The stream of water is coming over into my yard. The water is leaking into my yard. I want you guys to come out here and make him stop. Let me get this right, Mr. Jones. Yeah. You're saying that your neighbor is watering his front lawn. Yeah. And the water is bothering you coming into your lawn. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Click. Okay. Because that's felony stupid. That's what we used to call it. There's a word for it. Okay. You know, it's kind of like when I worked Vice. Hey, detective, this lady of the evening took my $20. Okay, well, let me get this right. You gave her $20. Yeah. Well, why'd you do that? Well, you know, okay, so you're saying she robbed you or you give her the money? No, I gave her the money. Okay, well, you're stupid. You know, here's your sign. You know, have a good day. And, you know, you pull them both off to the side and you say, well, do you want me to call your wife right now and have her come down here and pick you up? Or do you want to have her arrested and go to court? What do you want to do? Well, can you arrest her? Well, she can arrest you too. For what? Solicitation. and you can arrest her for prostitution. So we'll take you both to jail. What do you think? No, that's okay. So to your point, to answer your question, Josh, it's not against the law to be dumb. Okay. That's the point.
I get what you're saying, but that's not what the charges were.
What's the charges? Public nuisance.
Yeah. And
Okay.
you can get there through I'm not saying I agree with it or not agree with it. I think it's probably a waste of resources personally. I think that there's probably other things that they could be doing. However, that's not what some of the charges were.
No, I get it. There was a resistance charge, but okay, but why did that happen? A judge is going to reverse engineer this whole thing. And a good defense attorney will engineer it. And they're going to go back to that lieutenant. The guy's name is Hernandez. And they're going to say, Lieutenant Hernandez, did you get an order to send your officers out there, your deputies out there? Yes, I did. From who? Well, Captain Jones. Okay, and what did Captain Jones tell you? Well, we got phone calls from all the neighbors that they didn't like people out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and a good defense attorney is also going to then say, okay, well, did you call the police on NBC News? No. How about Fox News? No. News Nation? No. And the list goes on. ABC? No. CBS? No. Any of these other things? Did you call anybody for 3 months on any one of these people? No. Did you get phone calls from the neighbors that they were nuisances? Well, yeah, we got a lot of complaints, but you didn't do anything about it. No. So that's called selective enforcement. And selective enforcement is a violation of the law. Okay. And so from that point, you've got now a good defense attorney, or it's going to be a court thing at first. Okay. A good defense attorney then gets the criminal stuff thrown out, and then they hire civil attorneys.
I mean, but if we're talking about one specific person, all of that goes out the window when you resist. It just does.
No,
Good luck.
there's Supreme Court precedents also, Josh.
Good luck.
That's fine. You're that's the great thing about America.
I'm just saying, I'm not disagreeing that I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. Personally, I don't care either way at all. But you know, I'm just telling you that when you pretty much give up everything when you do stuff like that.
No, you don't.
I've read a bunch of cases about this.
I've arrested thousands of people.
I get it, but I'm telling you, especially in that jurisdiction,
it doesn't matter. Okay.
I think we're going to find out.
Hang on. I want to get you the exact case law. The Supreme Court decision. Okay. The case law basically says, no, you generally cannot resist an arrest, even if you believe it's unlawful. Here's the verbiage. In almost all situations. You see that big word, almost?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's because of the courts. Okay. While it's a bad idea in practice, officers have qualified immunity and broad discretion during encounters. What you see as unlawful might be viewed differently in the moment. Reasonable suspicion, probable cause, disputes, exigent circumstances. Resist can escalate the situation, leading to additional charges, injuries, or worse. Okay, i.e., the officer can increase the problem. That's what the courts are saying. Okay. Now, courts discourage self-help. Rooted in the case Bad Elk versus the United States, it's a 1900 decision from 1900. Okay. Today, the rule of vast majority of states is comply first, sue later. However, it still exists. Okay. So that means in 1900, some people had resisted. Now, the bottom line is try not to resist, no question about it. But a good defense attorney is going to reverse engineer this back and ask that lieutenant, did you tell your officers to go onto the street and make arrest? If he says yes, the next question is going to be, who told you that? Well, the captain. And who told him? The chief or the sheriff. Okay, we'll get to them later. But now, who did you tell, Lieutenant? Well, I told the field sergeant in patrol. And what did he say to you? No, we're not doing that, Lieutenant. That's an unlawful order. Guess what that burden just got shifted to? To that administrator. And guess what the officers did? They put it in their reports that they were told to make an arrest, ordered to make an arrest. And that one, I think it's Tucson, he's got it on video where the officer walks up to him and says, look, I'm being ordered to do this. What he's doing there is covering his tush. That is an unlawful arrest. Because you don't tell the citizen, hey, I don't want to do this because I don't feel there's probable cause to make an arrest here. I'm being told to do this.
So then
that's where the Supreme Court decision comes in.
So by that standard, he can or anybody can resist.
If you feel that the force net, look at Rodney King. That was the standard that they used to argue that LAPD beat the crap out of the guy. Because he was saying, I'm not resisting. That was the rule. That started the riots in back in the day, in 92. They were hitting him with the batons and he's saying, I'm not resisting. And they kept hitting him. And guess what? He won millions of dollars.
Yeah, but I mean, that guy got the absolute crap
They
beat out.
beat the crap out of him. And he resisted as they were beating him.
Yeah.
That's the point. You can't do that. Just because you think somebody's committing a crime doesn't necessarily mean they're actually committing a crime when your boss says they're committing a crime. That officer has an oath and a duty in order for this implied immunity to protect them. Okay? To protect them. And that's why it's there. That's why the court's given it to law enforcement. So when you have administrators sitting behind desk getting phone calls from neighbors saying, hey, I don't like these guys out here because they have tattoos or they don't look right, they don't smell right, or whatever the deal is, okay? They don't look like the mainstream media. Okay, ma'am, we're on our way. What would you like us to do? Well, let's find a law. Let's stick a law into the keyholes here and see if it opens up something. If this DA files these cases, they're opening themselves up as well. I'm going to be really surprised if they get some really sharp defense attorneys.
This isn't the first time you and I have argued about this either.
No, I'm not arguing.
I'm saying that we've gone back and forth. We've discussed this before, and I'm sure there are people that are like, John, shut up, you know what you're talking about. Or look, I have my own opinions about it, and I just think a certain way. And look, law can be interpreted many different ways, and that's what lawyers are for. And they will hash it out. Do I think that they have the right to be there? Of course I do. Would I find it annoying? Yes, I would find it annoying if I lived there. That's not the case. I'm just giving you my point of view. That's all.
I'm with you.
Nothing more.
I'm giving you my opinion from wearing the badge.
No doubt.
You come from the opinion of looking in, and I come from the opinion of being there.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't have done it. Let me put it to you that way. I would have walked up to those guys just like they did and said, look, we're getting a lot of complaints, and they've probably done it 100 times, but you got to keep doing it. Just because the neighbor comes out and says, hey, I don't like the guy's water on my lawn. Okay. Doesn't mean you can now say, you know what, you're under arrest for putting water on her lawn.
Right.
You can't do that. You got to get there, and you've got to say, okay, I don't like you. I don't like you. I'm in the middle, but you two can fight all day long. Just don't hit each other. Don't hit each other. Don't do anything. I can't expedite that process by grabbing somebody. The moment I go hands on and I don't have the law behind me or the probable cause or the reasonable suspicion or anything like that, then guess what? We've turned into a tyranny. And if the officers don't know that, then there'll be training. Okay. And even in Arizona, you know, you can't really handcuff people, but they do it all the time in Arizona.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They detain them. They say, well, we're detaining you. Well, why? Well, for my safety. Well, guess what? There's case law. It's called Terry versus Ohio. You just can't do that. Because once you put a set of handcuffs on somebody and put them in the backseat of a car, guess what? They're in custody. And guess what? What law kicks in once they're in custody, Josh?
What law kicks in when they're in custody? I don't know, like that 48-hour law?
No, almost. Miranda versus Arizona. It's amazing that Arizona has made Supreme Court law so many times. That means you have to read them the Miranda rights because they're in custody and you're about ready to ask them incriminating questions.
Yeah, and you can only hold them for so long without charging them with something, right?
Well, yeah, but you know, they do that all the time in Arizona. They hook people up, put them in the back seat and say, well, it's for my safety.
Yeah.
Until it goes to court and it's challenged on what they call a Rodriguez decision. And they look at it and go, you can't do that. Case dismissed. Fruit of the poisonous tree. All the drugs that you found, all the other stuff. You know what you do? You say, you know what? I'm going to detain you. I'm going to put you in the back seat. No handcuffs.
Why would I be next?
What do you mean?
I don't know. What if I'm next for report? Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, but this is standard operating for procedure. It's been around forever, and to see officers tell.
Do you think the charges are going to get dropped from all everybody that got arrested?
Yeah, but don't you think that officer?
Do you think that they will get dropped?
It could. Yeah, there's a high probability it could.
I think that that's possible too.
That means they were wrong.
Yeah, I just don't see the resisting getting dropped. But other than that,
I guess you gotta also look at it through, did you cause the behavior that created the arrest? Did the officer cause the behavior that created the resistance?
Right.
That's what the courts will look at. And if the officer walks up and says, look, I don't have a problem with what you're doing, but I've been ordered to arrest you. Guess what? Now that person can go, well, wait a minute. Why are you arresting me? And they can step back. And then they can say, why are you arresting me? Why are you touching me? I haven't done anything. I'm standing here on the street with a camera. What's going on here? And now I grab you. Obviously, the best thing to do is always turn around, let them put their hands on you. But you can, just like Rodney King, you can, say, no, wait a minute. I'm not doing this.
But you don't think that that's up for interpretation at all?
Well, look at Rodney King. They beat the crap out of him with batons, and they called that.
He won his case, his civil case, and
excessive force.
The
look at another case, Sagan Penn.
Were also acquitted.
I was in San Diego when Sagan Penn shot a ride-along, killed the cop, and then drove over his body, and he got $3 million.
Yeah, I remember that case.
Yeah, it was horrible.
And yeah.
So, that's called, playing stupid. And they argue that the officer pushed Sagan into a defensive position to where he felt his life was in jeopardy. He grabbed the officer's gun and he shot him. Now, do I agree with it? No, of course not. But guess what? He won.
Yeah, I know. I know. I remember that case very
So
well.
now put that at just a guy with a camera standing in front of a missing woman's house.
I'm not that's not the part I'm disagreeing with you about. You know that.
I've
And by
got-
the way, for the chat, the people that are getting so pissed off, everybody needs to calm down.
Nobody's mad at you.
Oh, they are. Hold on. Let me finish this. We have conversations, okay? Everybody just calm down. It's okay. Just don't cry about it. We're just talking, okay? It's just a show. We're just having a conversation. Everybody chill out. If you get so worked up, you should probably just go to bed and leave. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll be fine. I promise you.
And subscribe. Hit that sub button for John.
Please, that too. Do that too. Chris, it's been a long day for you.
I'm fine.
I know.
I get out last year, buddy.
What's up?
I'm teasing.
I'm just sitting here like I have no idea what's going on.
We're just debating law. I mean, that's it.
I know, and I'm just saying, like, I don't get where are people in the
Okay,
audience?
if I was the supervisor, let's say, and I've been a supervisor.
We're gonna do this again.
You saw me in uniform. I had stripes. Okay. All right. If one of my guys came to me and said, "Hey, we're getting all these phone calls from the neighbors, yada yada yada." Okay, we'll go out there and see what's going on. And they go out there, and these guys are sitting there in the easement where somebody has put rocks because they don't want them there, but they have a legal right to be there. Okay. And all this other stuff. And now, you walk up to them and you say, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" "Well, we're doing what we've been doing for 4 months." "What's that?" "We're still out here taking video." "Okay, well, you're not NBC, you're not CBS, you're not Fox, and you just go down the list." "No, sir, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir." "Okay, so you're like Nick Shirley, the guy that walked up into Minnesota and discovered all the fraud." "Yeah, and the president invited him to the White House." "Yeah, okay, great. All right, have a good night. 10-8, all units cleared. Nothing to see here, move along." And now you get back to the station and you say, "Hey, sir, they're just doing what they've been doing for 4 months. Nothing's changed." "Okay, well, I'm still getting phone calls from the neighbors. They don't like them." "Why?" "Well, they see tattoos on a guy." "Okay, what's that got to do with anything?" "Has this guy done anything in 4 months?" "No, sir." "Has he hurt anybody? Has he threatened anybody? Has he beaten anybody up? Or does he just look intimidating?" "Well, they're scared of him." "Okay, well, I'm scared of horror movies. So what's the point?" "I don't like Jason in the Mask." "Okay, what's the point? It's not illegal to be scary." Okay?
Sure. Right, yeah.
"All right, fine. 10-8, all units cleared. Don't do anything." Now you get a celebrity who says, "I don't like these people hanging out in front of my mom's house."
Right.
Well, guess what? That doesn't make you, princess for the day.
That was a good show.
It was. The Lady Justice is blind. She has a sword, she has a blindfold, and she has 2 scales. Those scales have to be balanced whether you have tattoos or not. It doesn't matter what you look like or intimidated. Okay? It matters what you do. If you balance the scale like that, okay? So I can't go up to somebody and say, "You know what? I've been told you're like this already before I get there. And therefore, I'm going to grab you. Now you do this." And that person has a legal right to say, "Wait a minute, why are you doing this? I haven't done anything. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not hurting anybody. All I'm trying to do is what the next guy's doing." "Well, I don't care. My boss told me to come down here, and I'm going to tell you, I really didn't want to do it. In fact, I told him, I don't want to do this. I'm being ordered to do this."
Oh, I think it was a stupid thing to do.
They got him on video
Yeah. Oh, I know. I heard him.
saying,
Yeah, not a good look.
"You know what that is? That's called a cash register with the right attorneys."
Yeah.
And I hate to see that. And that's why I put the video out even today. I said, I am disgusted that the administration has put these poor guys in a bad situation. because they left that, they got, they're in those cars pushing those rides, and they're like, hey, I don't want to do this. That's just wrong from a law enforcement, from a professional perspective.
No question. That's very, very, very crappy thing to do to somebody. You would think that if he was going to do it, he should come and do it himself. And I've actually seen that before where, they say, well, will you take this person down? Or, I'm going to write this person up. You take this person down. And you go, well, I really would rather you put your name on it and I can transport, or something like that. I'm sure you've seen that before too. So I agree with that. I completely agree with you on that. I no disagreements there at all.
There was a training film when we were young cops. The guys were, he was called Buck Savage. Okay. And there's actually a terminology for the first 5 years in law enforcement. They call it the John Wayne syndrome, where you feel that this badge right here, you think maybe you can accomplish all these great things. Okay? Yes. And there's a use of force continuum. Okay. And before you go hands-on with anybody, you use what they call verbal judo. Is there anything I can say or do to have you comply? If he goes, no, okay, then you're leaving me no other choice, okay, but to go to the next step. And what is that? I'm going to have to put my hands on you, and I'm going to have to take you into custody. I don't have a choice. Okay? And if you miss those steps in the use of force continuum, look what happened to Rodney King. The first thing they said is, well, we hit him with a baton. Or then that didn't work. So then we hit him with a taser. That didn't work. So I had multiple batons hit him. That didn't work. And guess what he was saying? I'm not resisting. I'll do what you want me to do. Just stop hitting me. That was the defense. And you know what? Unfortunately, they lost.
Yeah, they lost the civil, but they were acquitted at trial.
Yeah, criminally.
Criminally, yeah.
But again, this will be the same thing. Yeah. They'll kick it out and they'll say, no, thank you very much. Have a great day. But if you get a good, smart civil person that's done it before already in that area, you got to look for that kind of guy or gal. You know what? We may be having a party in one of their backyards on a live.
There you go.
It is what it is.
Sure.
Getting around it.
I agree. All right, Chris. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks for coming on. It was fun conversation. And I love to talk to you about that kind of stuff.
I'm surprised you're still wearing that hat.
I'm gonna wear it. Did they win or lose tonight?
I don't know. They win tonight.
If they won, probably not. But
I got Buddy down at my feet, sound asleep. Yeah. Hey, tomorrow night we're going to drop the second part of our Tucson visit.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We've got a lot. We're going to show you a lot. Cool. And we're going to talk about even her friends and some other things. So
I'm excited.
Karen did an amazing job. We're also going to talk to you about how Nonads blew us off.
I was going to ask, did you try and talk to him?
Oh yeah.
And he did he say,
oh, we got his staff on tape. It's beautiful. It just goes right into the totality of this whole thing.
That is interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Let me read this really quick, Chris. I was there, Chris, when Nancy was grandstanding. You were spot on. She was being theatrical. She couldn't handle your factual statement well, and was unable to counter your point. You were great.
Yeah, not my first rodeo.
3 generations: baby boomer, Gen X, and millennial.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it's good. I love talking about this stuff.
I got to tell you though, John, Chris, and I know you'll agree with this. Anybody who's ever met Nancy Grayson behind the screen,
she's awesome.
Knows that she's lovely. She's a pussycat. That's part of the shtick, But I found her in private to be the times like the camera goes off, and that she's got a very big heart, and she
Huge.
has a ferocious desire to fight injustice, which she's experienced personally a great deal. With the loss of her fiance, if I'm not mistaken, too. And it's like, so I think it's important to separate the shtick from the.
I would never.
Her heart is very
awesome. I don't have any problems with her. She's a tough cookie, though.
No, she was just giving you. She was giving you crap. Was what she was doing.
She loves it. She likes it when I fight with her.
I think she loves you.
When I push back. Cantankerous Chris, I think I'm one of the only ones that she puts up with that I can push back.
You like when I fight with you?
Oh yeah, just the same thing. It's like, okay, yeah, see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
when are we doing this again?
Of course.
And she's like that. I mean, she is an adorable, and she's an amazing mother.
Good soul. Yeah.
She's got, she's done amazing things, and of course, she's the Queen of Sheba.
How boring of a show would it be if everybody said the same thing and went, "Ah"?
Oh yeah, she's awesome. Nancy is amazing. So I wish I could get a spot to speak at CrimeCon, though. That's like trying to blow out a light bulb. But Gary, I think you know the answer there. I tell it the way it is, and I think people want to hear that. So
you guys are going to get one. And Gary and we've actually talked about sharing a room at CrimeCon.
Not happening. Stop that.
Wait a minute. In Orlando, are you going to be at Disney World?
I'm not sharing a room with Josh. This is a fantasy he has, which has led to people in the audience.
Better get your color hats.
It's not a fantasy.
The people in the audience think that it's hysterical that you want me to share a room with you, and I refuse.
Well, whatever, dude.
Can you imagine the odd couple experience that would be? I just stay alone, and I don't even know if I'm going, to be honest. I'm at the point where unless I'm invited to go to speak, I can't bring myself to. You know what I mean?
I'm only I will go if you two share a room. But Gary, you have to dye your hair green.
It's not happening. None of this is happening.
I want a nose ring.
I'm not dyeing my hair green. Why isn't it Josh?
I want a nose ring.
Because he knows I'll do it, because I'm not like I'm not this like little robot that's like I have to sleep with my mask on with my eyes covered, and it has to be 63 degrees.
And just like planes, trains, and automobiles, no twin beds. Okay, those aren't pillows.
Yeah,
there's more shtick here than we could possibly pay for if you two are in the same room. Are you kidding me? I'll order you both pizzas for multiple nights while you're in there.
Separate beds. He's got this thing that we're gonna he thinks that I'm trying to sleep in the same bed with him or something.
I did not say that. This is your fantasy.
Fun.
All I said was I don't do such things.
Have you seen Best in Show?
Yes, I have actually.
Should I take one moo or two?
Chris, I told him that I was going to cancel. I was going to cancel his room. I was going to call him, pretend to be him, cancel his room, and then all the other rooms would be booked, and he'd have to stay with me.
Oh yeah.
Then he told me that I was sick in the head.
Something wrong with
you.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I wouldn't share a room with anybody unless it was like, my
I can see Gary, packing for this thing, and ask you, Josh, what do you think?
I would probably come out of the bathroom and discover Josh wearing a kimono.
Oh gosh!
All right, listen.
That's a visual. That'll leave a mark. You have stained my mentality for permanent. It's permanent. I need a doctor.
Josh,
I got to talk to a doctor. Oh my gosh. Yeah, those aren't pillows.
I can't take it.
Yeah.
Josh, the kimono is funny though. You have to admit, with the socks and the little sandal.
I love that movie.
I love that movie. It makes me miss John Candy.
Oh, I
think John Candy was one of the funniest people who ever lived. I can't handle it.
What is it? Have you seen Waiting for Guffman?
Oh yeah, but that's not John Candy.
I know, but who was the dancer in that? The guy who was running the whole thing. He had his pants backwards, and I think it's Livy.
Corky?
Yeah, Corky. Yeah. Could you come out? You'd come out and he'd be dancing like Corky in the room.
Bastard people. Right? Yeah. I love that
One of
movie.
those things.
I have a soft spot for that and Best in Show. I think they're the two of the
Love
funniest
that
movies.
movie.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that movie has me hysterical. I love it too. Did you ever see it?
Make sure you go by where they make the cream cheese.
Oh, you mean Eugene Levy?
Eugene Levy says, "No,
Yeah.
I'm loopy. No, seriously, I got 2 left feet."
And he literally
going circles.
about the wife that every single person she meets, she had an affair with.
Yeah,
And they love her. Catherine O'Hara, she's a genius.
She was, he was a real ladies man. Yeah.
Yeah, his eyes like crossed, and I can't handle it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
No, wait, I'm mixing it up.
I remember he goes, how many did you, yeah, a lot of boyfriends. She goes, hundreds. He goes, I did not know that.
Remember that song about the Jewish delicacy? No, but I think I'm mixing up the two movies because Waiting for Guffman is hysterical. For some reason, I think the funniest thing about it, I don't know why, but the funniest thing about it is the scene at the end when Corky opens up the Hollywood gift shop and has the Das Boot playset.
Yeah.
Das Boot playset. I can't. Christopher Guest, the guy that he's in The Princess Bride.
Yeah.
He's the guy in The Princess Bride. Yeah. And
hysterical.
He is hysterical. Is it true that he's married to what's her name? Jamie Lee Curtis? Is that true?
I don't know. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah. I
could be wrong, but I think that's true.
Oh, that is such good stuff, man.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you two chat.
Wait, really quick. It says
Rats. Thanks for your patience.
Take care.
See you later.
All right,
Josh,
this is for you then.
Josh, I think this is hysterical. That this whole thing is funny as can be.
What?
But I'm not sharing a room. But I still think it's very funny. I want you to understand, I'm not horrified or anything. I just think it's comic gold to react that way to you.
Yeah, well,
but we're still not doing it. But it's funny, I'd rather be garroted, killed, mutilated than do it. But I think it's funny. I shouldn't have said garroted in light of our discussion earlier.
Probably not.
But I just mean like I'd rather be, But I didn't mean that to sound
really quick. Let me read this, man. Do you think Splinter Park local would have been a person that maybe felt a rapport with for a hired hand connection with the chef or the waiter? I think that's sort of the thought process that it is possible that could be a nexus. I think that's the
that's what Chris is suggesting. That
adjoining room and a lavender dark live from one of the rooms. That would be.
Hold on, listen. What Chris is suggesting, I didn't really understand that prior question. What Chris is suggesting is that the park is right near a store, a charity that Annie Guthrie is associated with. What he's suggesting is that the nexus by which the victim was identified by the offenders might actually be through Annie's store, as opposed to being Savannah. But he's not making an accusation about a family member being involved, in the way that people are projecting into what he's saying. He's simply saying that the nexus may be there. From there, whatever his ideas are, let him develop them when he's here.
Right.
So is it okay if I announce the next?
Yes, please. Yes, and then we'll go because I gotta.
Yeah. So I have now done 2 book giveaways on my piano page. I actually haven't posted music in the past few days because I have something going on, which is very good in my life, but I don't really feel like talking about it. But I've been busy with that in addition to my work. But it's a good thing. So if I have mirth and merriment in my step, it's just because there are some good things happening, long overdue good things happening.
I thought your hair looked a little more frizzy.
You think so?
Yeah,
frizzy?
Yeah.
Like full, you mean? Okay. Well, that's argue with that. And what can I say? And so what I've been doing is, in the interest of turning the page into a like a formal page, which where people can buy subscriptions and everything, I've been doing these book giveaways. Now, incidentally, somebody contacted me and told me I have to be careful because if I do covers of certain songs, then it becomes a royalties issue. And I hadn't thought of that because I mostly just do very old songs, but people ask me to do contemporary songs or whatever, and I hadn't really thought of it that on a monetized page, it becomes complicated to do. So I'm working that out, and it will prevent a rapid launch of the channel until I understand that, because I wouldn't do anything like that if I couldn't. So, but in order to get the channel started, I've been doing this giveaway of books that are from the libraries of me and Michael Stone. At the time we co-wrote The New Evil, we analyzed hundreds of books and documents and so forth. I think we had 435 cases in that book. And so many of the books came from Michael. When Michael passed, I inherited his library, and some of them I already had, and I wound up with doubles. Now, to give you an idea of something very cool that is inside of some of the books that were Michael's, is that in the back of every single true crime monograph, like this one, are Michael's handwritten notes like this, where he does a family tree and notes by page of what he thought was relevant in terms of crime and mental health features and so forth of the offenders. So it's fascinating to read his notes, right? Which, I will be giving away along with any books that are his, because they're in the back. And so that's really cool to have Michael's handwritten notes, I think. And a couple of the books on today's list are in them. I think that alone makes it worth trying to win one. Okay, so these are the 6 that are up in round 3. And if you go to my page under the post, you can see the where it is that you would enter, like by PayPal, okay? Or Zelle if you want to. You can write me and ask me how to do it. So I want to just run through what they are, if that's okay, Josh.
Sure.
Okay, so the first one is a copy of Serial Killers and Mass Murderers, Profiles of the World's Most Barbaric Criminals, which is by the British author Nigel Cawthorne. And it also has notes, some little notes by Michael, which is kind of cool, but not as many as in some places. I think there are notes from Michael. Hold on. Am I making that up? Pretty sure. No, this one doesn't have notes. Excuse me. But this one has cases like, Jeffrey Dahmer and Charles Manson, and I think the Columbine killers and the Yorkshire Ripper and Ramirez and Ted Bundy and Starkweather and so forth. So interesting little bios on some of those offenders. It's a good book. The second one is Michael Fleeman's book Killer Bodies, and this is one of the 5 other books that really are these like tatty supermarket true crime monographs, which both Michael and I loved, even just as like tacky collectibles. We like them, and I have tons of them. But this book is the story of Craig Titus, who was a bodybuilder who pled guilty to second-degree murder, first-degree kidnapping, and arson in killing a 28-year-old woman named Melissa James, who was his personal assistant. And there's something about this whole thing of like the bodybuilder, killing this assistant that makes for a very intriguing story. So that's an interesting case. And that is by People Magazine's Michael Fleeman. I think he was bureau chief for them, or associate bureau chief for them. So the third one, interesting book, is John Costin's Sleep My Child Forever, and that's about Ellen Boehm, who murdered her 2 sons and almost killed her daughter. So that's like a sort of child killer book. It's an interesting one. Then we've got the book by O'Neill, Tennyson, and Watson that's called The Missing Girls. This is a very fascinating book, and this one has a lot of notes by Michael. And what this one is about is the hunt and the discovery of the murderer of Ashley Pond, who was a child who disappeared. And then like 2 months later, her best friend disappeared. And it turned out that like the offender that was responsible lived right in the neighborhood. But like they both disappeared, I think, if I remember correctly, like on their way to school, like where the school bus picks you up. Really disturbing book, but the notes from Michael are fascinating. Definitely hope someone wins that one who really appreciates it because of Michael's notes. And then we've got Amber Hunt's book, the award-winning investigative journalist. Amber Hunt did a book, See How Much You Love Me, a troubled teen, his devoted parents, and a cold-blooded killing. And what that one is about is the Tyler Hadley case, which is the 2011 patricide from Port St. Lucie in Florida. That one also has a lot of notes from Michael. And then finally, there's the well-known William, M. William Phelps. If those of you who are true crime readers will certainly know that name. This book is called Cruel Death, and this is a really disturbing case. This book also has just a couple of notes from Michael, but not really much. This one is really horrifying. It's about this 2002 Memorial Day weekend case of this couple. Well, at least these two people, Joshua Ford and Jeannie Crutchley, who were on vacation in Ocean City, Maryland, and an honor student named Erica Sifrit and the Navy SEAL BJ Sifrit brutally killed them. And this is an unbelievably disturbing case. I really think, whoever gets this book will be haunted, by it, but it's an interesting one. So those are the 6 books. I hope that some of you will enter and try to win. These books really, like, even if you just look at the titles, go out and buy them yourself, they're wonderful. It's like a wonderful little library that I'm kind of accidentally developing with you guys by giving you these titles. But I think that these are an unusual bunch, constitute an unusual bunch. So I do hope that you guys will enter. So far, I've only had 1 entry, believe it or not, for this one. So you have a very good chance of winning. But it usually winds up being like 100 and some odd people enter. So you got, well, maybe 70 or so. So you got like a 6 and 70-ish chance once we get to the last day. It's going to end tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. So today now here. So you got to hurry up and enter. Okay. And every $15 is a different entry. Some people buy 4, and they get 4 in the pool, and everyone gets very excited when they win. Just make sure I have your address. I just finished up packing the last 12. But I got to mail those, and they're on their way. Okay. So any questions from anybody about that? Okay. All right. Well, Josh, in the meantime, how are you? How's life? What's on your mind?
It's good, man. Everything's good.
Yeah. How are the dogs?
I don't know. Otis peed in the kitchen today. I don't know. He's got major problems.
Oh, sorry, Josh. People are saying they don't understand how to enter.
You go to Dr. Gary.
Right. And under posts, the last post will give you the PayPal link. And if you absolutely do not have PayPal, you could contact me at the email address that is given on the piano page, and I will tell you about Zelle or other ways that you might be able to. But the idea is that you just make a payment that way, goes right to me, helps me to build the channel. And then because I'm now doing it where you do it as goods and services, it will give me your address. I had to do it that way because too many people were not sending their address, and then you'd win and I can't reach you, and I don't know how to get you the book, and then I've got to go with a runner-up if I don't hear from you. So it's much better to just do it that way. Goods and services will take a little fee, and that's fine. And so will somebody put my email address in the?
Yeah, and it will be under the first. It'll be in the description of your piano page as well when the show ends. But we're also running it here. Hold on.
Yeah, they'll let you put my Gmail, right? I mean, it's literally Dr. Gary Brucato. GaryBrucato@gmail.com.
Just gonna pin it right there.
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Dr. Gary. You have a question.
Yeah.
Dr. Gary, how much sleep do you typically get? I see you on all the late night chats in your ET.
What Eastern time? Unless they mean that I'm a diminutive extraterrestrial.
No,
but I'm pretty sure they mean, they don't mean, I
think they meant you're an alien. You see patients, write books. I'm a late owl too.
What could I say? It's supernatural. No, I've always been somebody that didn't need that much sleep. I can function perfectly well in just a few hours of sleep. I think it's very characteristic of people with certain types of brain style. Certain brain styles is that they can go without much sleep and have those kind of biorhythms. But I'm like constantly producing
biorhythms.
Yeah, I can constantly produce.
I agree with the chatter that pissed you off before. What was it that word you used? But I did think that was kind of girly too.
That I said superego?
Yeah.
That's a Freudian term. It just means like your conscience.
I just agree with that person.
Good. Well, too bad. You can agree with them in exile.
I love pissing you off.
Did you boot them?
Yes, they got booted.
That's super. Ego.
Super ego.
What's your sign, Dr. G? I am a Pisces.
It's so funny.
I am a Pisces. I am not a zodiac person, but I have to tell you, like, it is comical to me how much of a Pisces I am. I am like.
I thought you didn't believe in astrology.
I don't, but I am the classic Pisces. Like, if there were ever a Pisces, I am a Pisces. And it's the funniest thing because, like, the people that I've gotten along with are exactly the types that I'm supposed to according to that damn thing. So it cracks me up. It is what it is. But I don't believe in it. Aren't you a Scorpio?
Yes.
Yeah. So are both of my parents.
But I don't know what that means.
You.
What do you mean, me?
Your personality. Remember when that woman called in?
What's wrong with my personality?
I'm teasing. Remember that woman called in and she said that you were like a classic Scorpio, and she tried to explain why you were, and you were like, oh.
Yeah, I remember vividly, actually. But I just still didn't get much from it because I don't know. I think that my personality is just, I don't know.
Like, listen, I've had a lot of relationships in my lifetime. Okay, they were all in the same signs. They were all the same sign. Like every one of them was one of 3 signs. It's just the way it is. It's weird. I don't believe in it, but it's funny. Funny coincidence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it.
I think it's interesting. What was your ex?
I don't know.
There's so many funny answers you can give to that.
I have no idea. Which one?
I had a friend one time. I said, "What was your ex?" He said she was a Cancer, but her zodiac sign was Capricorn. Which I found hilarious. But I don't have anything bad to say.
What's January?
I've ever. Oh, I think it's Capricorn.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Oh, who cares? Somebody's got to look it up. I don't remember them off the top of my head because, like I said, I don't really believe in that. But most serial killers are born in November.
Yeah, you told me that before. You tried to freak me out with it, but it didn't work.
There's a whole theory that the reason people, at least born in the same hemisphere of the Earth, might have similar brains when they're born in the same months is because if you think about the gestation period of the human until they're born,
yeah,
those people are going to be developing the same brain areas at the same time. Do you understand? So that like they could be affected by the same seasonal things, like seasonal flu or allergens or whatever that could affect the brain in gestation. So there's this whole theory that people born at the same time of the year might have similar brains because their pregnant mothers are affected by similar factors. I only know that my brain makes me think that my mother was hurled down multiple flights of stairs, maybe had like a cinder block thrown at her abdomen, maybe she was like picked off a crane or something. I don't know what happened to me, but my mind is like scrambled eggs, no, I'm kidding. Damn. But actually the people that I've been involved with that I've loved the most, believe it or not, for whatever strange reason, they were all Aquarius, Leo, or Virgo.
Oh, okay.
It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. I don't believe in it. Not one drop, though. I think it's silly, but they were all the same sign.
Josh, what do you think of Buster? What do you think Buster Posey's flack? I don't know. I really don't know. It's just seems like an easy one to avoid with the Pride night, and they really messed that one up. So I don't know. It's just all just ridiculous.
And Josh, look, I mean, for whatever it is that people believe and feel about people in the LGBTQ community and the LGBTQT community, I think it's important to remember that people are human beings and that everybody deserves dignity and love and respect.
No
and
question.
and that is a community that has experienced a great deal of torment. For example, there is no group that is more victimized by sexual assault than members of the trans community. If you look at RAINN and their data, which I've given in the New Evil, that is a group that is highly victimized by sexual assault. I just think, it's important to kind of remember whatever you believe about people, they're people and deserve dignity. And I don't, I'm not talking about what people believe spiritually, whatever. I just think in the final analysis, like, let's.
I agree with you. We've also had a very ruthless chat tonight. So,
Well, partly why I'm saying it. I don't say it to set a fire. Like, no, that's not why I'm saying that. I'm saying that there is no religion, there is no philosophy in the world, even if it doesn't approve of a thing. It also doesn't say that you should hate your brother or sister, or you know what I'm saying.
sure.
So I just kind of feel like I want to emphasize that we believe ultimately that everybody deserves love and respect.
Have you ever watched After Dark?
Yeah. Somewhere over. No, but I think you understand, because the chat, I think, sometimes doesn't understand that
No, I get it.
but you get what I'm saying, like, and I mean that about everybody, like even people that like do horrible things, criminals, people that do things that we hate, people that whatever. I don't just mean people that are members of a certain community or certain race or certain creed, anyone. I just think ultimately, like, we're not here to, in this world, like we need to love people.
I agree. It's hard to disagree with that.
Yeah, well, it's important because this is the month where a lot of individuals feel that it's the month to sort of like feel dignified that they exist.
Well, what happened? I don't know if you're aware, but in San Francisco has a very enormous gay and trans population, and it's always been that way forever. And some of the players wrote some Bible verses on the hats that had the rainbow on it, because they didn't know that they didn't have to wear the hat if they didn't feel comfortable with it or whatever. And it just turned into this humongous debacle on Pride Night of all nights, when probably, I don't know, 80% of the crowd was, there for Pride Night. And it's just turned into this huge debacle. And to be honest with you, I watch sports to get away from political and social issues.
Yeah.
So, but it's, sometimes it's just hard. You can't really get away from that kind of stuff. And so, it was unfortunate the way that it seems like it was handled. And,
I mean, I don't know the details of it, but like somebody in the audience said, well, why can't I be respected, for being a Christian? Well, of course. I mean, we're Christian. We're just saying that the essence of Christianity is love, mercy. And I just think that, if you're trying to sell the message of Jesus, it's very hard to do that while you're pointing fingers at people. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's the whole idea. Like, first love people. Remember Jesus said that's how people would know that you were his disciple. And religion is not supposed to be a justification for a person giving in to animal instincts and tribalism and hatred. When you use it that way, you're distorting a faith that is intended to conquer your animal nature. When you use it to justify your animal nature, you're not living the cross. Cross is self-denial of your animal nature. And, so it gets tricky, and that's how evil, fools you.
Sure.
It's that fine line between correction of someone that you think is in spiritual danger and hatred. That's the fine line. There's a way to do it. And I've met very saintly people who have a way of worrying about you without judging you. That's a very hard thing to do, but I've tried in my work to not be judgmental, and it's really difficult because I've talked to some of the worst, people have done the worst in the world, but it's very important, and Josh, I and I love, one of the things I love about Chris is he's a merciful, gentle, kind human being, and but I think people misread it, and they say these things in the chat.
Are you talking about there's something about Mary?
I don't even remember what, but I just wanted to put that out because I was reading some of what people say in the chat, and I just think anybody who thinks that the message is anything but like love first, love your neighbor, would be missing the center of what we're saying. It's just a matter of what you think loving your neighbor means. For some people, if you're spiritual, you think loving your neighbor also has to include educating them when you think they're in the darkness. That's where it gets a little complicated.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you.
Yeah. Well, haven't you ever had to love somebody who treated you like crap?
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir on that one.
Of course, man. And it's one of the you fight a civil war within yourself about it too. It's very tough. You hate yourself for it, but at the same time, it's just like basic, that's why parents can treat children so terribly, and you still want your parents to love you.
That's
and
right.
You want to make them proud, even though they've done horrible things or they've treated you horribly, or you feel like they love your sibling more, or and you just go like, why can't you just love me the same way? And then they would say, well, you're this or you're that, or you're not as clever as your brother, or you're not as, and you just you just still strive to try to get that affection. And it's a miserable thing to have to go through.
Yeah, but I don't know. As the years go on, my ideas about what's important in this life are really shrinking. And I've come to see, for example, that we all, especially me, we put blockades on love and choices that we think are going to limit us because we think we've got our whole life ahead of us. And I've come to realize, if you find somebody who's good to you, just let them maybe be the last one you ever love. When you encounter someone and you're going through your mind, oh, should I give them money? Should I help them? Whatever. Oh, am I doing the wrong thing? Are they fooling me or whatever? Help them anyway.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. It's like you just get a different attitude about things the older you get. You realize life is short. I had an experience recently that really made me realize my life could be, snuffed out in an instant, that. And it changed my whole attitude. It changed my entire attitude about everything. I'm renewing my passport and getting ready to travel, which I would never have done anytime recently. And I've changed my attitudes about what matters in this world. I realize the height of my day is sitting and coloring with my nieces. Or just sitting and having a chat with my grandma, who's almost 100, or letting someone love you. These things are hard, You know, it takes your whole life just to learn how to let someone love you.
And you know what you should do is try something new, like rooming up with a buddy at a convention.
Baby steps. But I think that but it's interesting because when you let your guard down, you let someone be kind to you. It's a nice feeling. You know what I mean? I'm not someone who does that, but I'm trying to learn to do that at this time in my life. You know, it's hard, and being okay with like being vulnerable, and somebody like being okay with people that like you can't predict completely, who don't answer your questions, who dodge you, who, you know, these are all things. Well, somebody in the audience said, with all due respect, these are a man's point of view, because if a woman lets her guard down, she could get killed. No, that's true. That's not.
What are you supposed to do? Give a woman's point of view?
No, I think they're viewing it more like that. I'm talking about like safety, kind of letting guard down. I just mean
yeah. Well, with all due respect, you're giving it from your point of view.
No, I understand. I think the person's point is very bad. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know. I'm in this like very pensive mood, and I think as time goes on, my perspectives on things are changing with age. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm realizing that the spiritual and personal significance of the small, like being okay with like the smallness of a life, like a little family and a little private place, and not having to kind of be surrounded by the crowd, and that's enough. You know, in fact, I've realized that one of the sexiest things in the world is when a person considers you enough, that you know when they tell you how they feel about you, that their eyes aren't going to wander elsewhere because they don't need anything else. You're enough. You know, that's it. And don't you think that's attractive when a person is secure and confident enough to say to you, "Oh no, I'm not interested in anybody else. You, got to be you." That takes a lot of you know. And when someone says that to you, it's very hard to believe it, and then you let them say it to you, and you fight them, and you argue, but you know it comes with it. I mean, aren't you looking for that?
No, not really.
Well, you should be.
But I'm not.
Well, you're at a different age.
I guess so.
You got the whole world ahead of you, except you may not. I always thought I had the world ahead of me.
I don't look at it that way either.
But we don't have the whole world ahead of us.
I don't look at it that way. I just look at it as I'm just living.
Well, that's it. I guess I'm just saying, like, I'm realizing that in the end, life is very fast, and you could live it in a very selfish way, in a very, you know, grand way, and whatever. But I think it's really a lot simpler than that. Just find somebody or something that you love, and let it devour your ego, and have a couple of what looks like boring years, you know, just going to work, waking up with each other, eating, whatever. But it's not boring. It's exciting. Exciting that your life and another person's life are bound together, and the boring things of their life and the boring things of yours are extremely important to the other. And I think that's beautiful. And I also think, like, I never understood my whole life why people settled into that kind of quiet lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like, I always needed to understand everything from like up here. But I'm realizing, like, why do I need to understand everything? Like, for what? Like, to fill my brain with junk that AI could figure out in 10 seconds and then
Yeah, but that's true too. Never thought about that.
It's like a settling down attitude. I can't explain it. You know, and it just happens one day. What?
I feel settled.
Well, because you have kids and your love.
Yes.
I don't have kids.
It's not my fault.
That's true. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I realize that there's a pride in needing to understand everything.
You do have kids, though.
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah.
If that's what you mean. But I guess what I'm saying is, you realize one day that needing to understand everything all the time and have everything figured out and under control and and keeping things at bay. There's a kind of pride in it.
Although your nieces or your
Yeah.
nephews, or what do you have, nieces?
Yeah. But
those are your kids.
Nieces and a nephew, yeah. But what you get what I'm trying to say, like, is like you realize that there's a humility in kind of going like, I don't need to know everything. I could just take chances, even though they're a little scary. Like nothing, not everything has to be completely under control. Like they're in the hands of some higher benevolent kind of thing. And then you just kind of stop being so prideful, you know? And it's a nice feeling.
You can still have kids.
Yeah.
Why not?
There's a reason. I'll discuss that with you later.
I'm telling you that there was a time when my kids were little. I feel like I have little kids in the house right now. Otis is just running back and forth.
I'm not going to get to read my poem, but it's okay. Yeah, I was going to read my evening poem on the subject that we were discussing. Is that okay, or do you want to go? You do have an excuse to cut it off.
No, go ahead. Read your poem.
Okay. I'm going to read this one. I don't remember it off the top.
I was going to say, though, there was a time when my kids, like especially my oldest, Peyton, he had his nights completely mixed up in nights and days. And it went on for like 3 or 4 months. And I remember thinking, you're never going to sleep normally ever again in your entire life. So.
That's hilarious. Isn't it great? Find what you love and let it destroy you, as they say. Now, meaning let it destroy your ego. Now, I love this poem. It's by Sylvia Plath, and it's about never knowing the moment at which something is going to randomly come into your life and change it, transform it forever. It could just happen. And it's about a meditation that Plath did on a rook, a little black rook, a bird that was sitting up in a tree, sort of, moving its wings around and cleaning itself in the rain. And it suddenly made her understand some mystical thing, and it came out of nowhere. So she makes the comparison between it and an angel. But it's a very, very beautiful poem, and I love it. And it goes like, I read it often to patients, actually. But it goes, Black Rook in Rainy Weather by Sylvia Plath. On the stiff twig up there hunches a wet black rook, arranging and rearranging its feathers in the rain. I do not expect a miracle or an accident to set the sight on fire in my eye, nor seek any more in the desultory weather some design, but let spotted leaves fall as they fall without ceremony or portent. Although I admit I desire occasionally some back talk from the mute sky, I can't honestly complain. A certain minor light may still lean, incandescent, out of kitchen table or chair, as if a celestial burning took possession of the most obtuse objects now and then, thus hollowing an interval otherwise inconsequent. By bestowing largesse, honor, one might say love. At any rate, I now walk wary, for it could happen even in this dull, ruinous landscape, skeptical, yet politic, ignorant of whatever angel may choose to flare suddenly at my elbow. I only know that a rook, ordering its black feathers, can so shine as to seize my senses, hold my eyelids up, and grant a brief respite from fear of total neutrality. With luck, trekking stubborn through this season of fatigue, I shall patch together a content of sorts. Miracles occur, if you care to call those spasmodic tricks of radiance miracles. The wait's begun again, the long wait for the angel, for that rare, random descent. Very beautiful poem. And Josh, I don't know if you've gone into a coma, but the thing is the significance of the poem, of course, is that you never know when something's going to pop up out of nowhere. What did you do just now? Where did you go in your brain? Tell me, were you imagining Donkey Kong throwing barrels at Mario?
I was listening intently.
Or you were running off and trying to imitate the demise of Sylvia Plath, sticking your head into an oven or something.
That was just
a very, very beautiful poem, and I love it. And I know, look, I know that when I cast the poem out like a fishing hook, only certain fish will bite. But it's worth it for those fish.
Hey, look, there are people that like poetry. I'm one of those people.
You are?
No.
Then I think I'm going to find you a woman who likes poetry.
Nah, it's all right.
Why not? You don't want a woman who likes poetry, John?
Not particularly. What, like, is that like what her life revolves around? Like she's a poet? No, right? Not.
No, but maybe she wants to. I think. First of all, look, I got to be honest with you.
Why? I mean, why do you
is there anything more romantic?
I'm just gonna lie from now on and say that I like poetry.
You should. That's a good one. I like that.
But
come on, don't you think it's very sexy and very attractive? Like imagine like I don't know, you've had a bad day, and you're laying in bed, and the person that's with you reads to you until you fall asleep. Like, don't you think that's sexy? Like somebody reading you poetry or a short story or something, and in their voice, and it just lulls you off into sleep, and you feel kind of like warm and toasty. And don't you think it's a beautiful image to read to someone? When you were a little kid, you didn't find it soothing to have someone read to you? Well, I did. So for me, it's beautiful. I love somebody reading to me as they fall asleep, and I love to read to someone until they fall asleep. I can't believe it.
You almost did it just a minute ago.
Well, that's the point. I watched you go into a comatose state. I think you looked like you went into a state of semi-syncope. but personally, I was thinking of like the Glasgow coma scale.
You set me up. Like you set me, and then you go like, "Did you like it? Just read it and don't ask me. Just leave me alone."
I can't believe you don't think it's beautiful to read to someone. I took care of somebody who was sick for a long time, and reading to them was very comforting.
Yeah, reading to somebody, I guess, is fine.
I think it's sexy.
See, I don't even know. Like, what does that mean? It's sexy.
It's sexy because it's intimate, it's caring, it's beautiful. I can't explain it. You got to get it to get it, Especially if the person has like a nice, like a soothing voice. It's very attractive. Makes you feel like somebody, I don't know. Somebody's like sharing an intimacy with you, the psychological intimacy with you. Because poetry is a way of feeling like you're in on the secret. I can't explain it. You don't get it.
What's there yet?
I think it's beautiful. It's sort of like dancing. Dancing is sexy. Do you think dancing is? And I don't mean house trap music dancing, where like you need like an X rating on the dance. I mean. Dancing is beautiful. I mean, you ever light some candles and put on an old record player and dance with somebody? It's beautiful.
Like the cha-cha?
Oh, like dancing, the close dancing, like they used to do decades ago.
Oh, like slow dancing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
It's fun.
Yeah, I remember going to school dances and thinking that was fun.
What is your idea? How do you romance somebody? You take them to a Burger King or something, and you go, "Hey, throw this down," and then like you take them home. Like I don't get it. What's the romance that you?
I would never.
Romance.
I would never eat at Burger King.
Oh, so what's your idea of romance? Give me an idea of a romantic gesture that
I don't know, man. Like I'm not like this. I'm not a Romeo, I guess.
It's not a matter of being a Romeo. It's a matter of making the person you're with feel that it wouldn't matter where they were on the entire earth. It had to be them because they're the only person who's.
I don't know. Go into a concert. What's wrong with that?
No, that's romantic. What kind of concert? Don't say like death metal.
That would be sick.
You think it's romantic? Actually, I can understand that thing.
I would do that. Would be like the most romantic thing I could think of would be going to like a Limp Bizkit concert or something, like Woodstock.
What about you? Like to go into the woods, right?
Yes, I do actually like that.
That's romantic, and you could go on the hike and hide like a basket with some food and some wine or something, and then the next day you take the person on the walk and look here, and then you pull it out and you have a picnic. It's fun.
Then we get like food poisoning.
My God, you see the symbolism of that comment. You see, This is what life did to you.
Oh
Because
yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hide a picnic basket like like Winnie the Pooh.
no, you see what life did to you, Josh. It
Well,
made you.
you better not Winnie, but I did no. I would never do that.
But this is what life did to you. It made you think that when
No,
you have those childlike experiences and you're vulnerable, and you that life comes along and gives you food poisoning. Like you basically wait for the other shoe to drop and everything to go to hell. So what's the point of being vulnerable? But I'm telling you that what I'm trying to tell you is I'm learning, because I'm with you. I'm a balloon pricker too, but I'm learning as years go by to let the guard down a little.
We just see life differently. Like we
Not
like
really. We
no,
don't see
really. We really do. We see things differently. I don't like I don't like plants the way you like plants. I
just think they're
I'm
cool.
just saying, like if I walk by a plant, I go, "Oh, that's kind of cool," but I don't need to nurture one and nurse it.
But what does that have to do with romance?
I don't know. Not everybody's like a hopeless.
What I'm trying to say is that I'm realizing that romance doesn't always involve very large gestures. For example, I was at the diner the other day. I was at the diner and I watched an elderly couple. It was the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. They were like collectively, they had like 200 years on them. Okay. And I was watching the guy struggle to make his coffee, and the woman who knew him probably 50 or 60 years kept reaching across and doing it for him, pouring the sugar the way he liked it, pouring the sugar, pouring the milk the way he wanted, ordering the food, saying, "My husband will have blah 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 blah." And I thought it was very romantic.
I like to cook for people.
That's romantic. That's good.
Yeah.
That's it. Now that's good. That's good. Now you won back the audience. You see? That's good.
Did I lose them?
Wear the hat and the apron?
No.
It's the cook?
I do. Sometimes I wear a chef hat. Yeah.
I think cooking for somebody is very definitely. That's a good one. What else?
I like to cook. I like to. That's about it. That's all I can really think of. Like, I'm not gonna sit and read poetry. It's just not something.
I'm not. You don't have to. The point I'm trying to make is that it's the smaller stuff. For example, I think that you're the type of person I've noticed that you show your emotions without realizing it, right? So you give little signs that you care about a person, right? So like, let's say like, I don't know, like I'll tell you on here that something's coming up in a few days and I'm worried about it. You'll text me on that day and be like, just wanted to check in on you, make sure you're okay. Now I think that shows that you care, but you're not the type that does it in a grand, dramatic kind of way. In a subtle way, you show a person that you care about them. And I think that's just as important. When it comes to romance, it can be the same thing. It can be subtle. But sometimes, you know, there are, like, for example, I remember one time I was driving with somebody where she was driving and I was in the passenger seat, and she had to stop short. The car stopped short. And just by total instinct, she turned like that and put her hands like this to make sure that I didn't go like flying out of the vehicle. And I thought to myself, look at that. Like on unconscious impulse, she revealed that she cares about me. See, like little things like that can sometimes show, you know? Like you look at a person's little gestures and you go, oh, they must care to do that. And it's or like I think remembering things that you say. Like if someone says to me, did you talk to I don't know, I'm making this up. Did you talk to Charlie last week? And I'll say, Charlie? Yeah, your friend. You told me about him last month that you might see him. And I go, oh my God, you remember that? I think that's romantic. That the person remembers that. If I go out to eat with somebody and they remember the way I like my food, oh, you don't usually take it like that. I go, oh, you pay attention to that? I find that romantic because it means that the person has made a file folder in their head. It's romantic because it feels like they're making a home with you.
Couldn't it just be nice? Does it have to be romantic?
I think if a person
you are a hopeless romantic.
Maybe no, I'm not hopeless because it works.
Oh no, you're hopeless.
Listen, well, I'm hopeless in other ways. Listen. I'm telling you, and I've taught patients this too, and it works. If you want to know if somebody is romantically interested in you, there are two signs, okay, that work every time. The first sign is you look at a conversation that you have with them in writing, texted or DM'd or whatever, and you count the question marks. The person who has more question marks is the one who likes the other one more. And the reason is question marks are an indication of attachment. It means I'm making a folder in my head about you, and these things matter because I may have a future with you, right? So if the person says, what's your mom's name? What's your dad's name? Oh, when did they pass away? What's your favorite food? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite... They care about those things because they're interested in you. They wouldn't be asking otherwise. Otherwise, the conversation will have no question marks. They're not attaching to you. And the second clue is that they remember the things you said. If they are making a file folder in their head about you like that, those things are signs of attachment. And if it's somebody that might be romantically interested in you, attachment is a good sign.
Yeah.
So I tell people to pay attention to this. And that's true even in non-romantic dynamics. You understand? But pay attention to that. And if you are asking all the questions, the other one isn't, ask yourself why you are over-attaching to somebody who isn't attaching to you. And you'll see that it works. That rule works. You know where I learned that? From the founder of one of the dating sites did a study of chats that people were having that were supposedly private and found that there was a correlation between question marks and liking the other person. And it works.
That's interesting.
Yes, pay attention to that. And I know it sounds goofy, but it does work. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's about exactly Jermaine Six got it. It's about reciprocity. Think of it like that, and it will change forever the way you read a conversation. Don't be the one who asks more questions, or you'll look over eager.
Yeah, no, well, of course. I don't know.
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think that we see romance in different ways.
The point I'm making is that
it's not that I'm not romantic. You know what I think is romantic?
What?
Pairing up with the bud at a crime con convention in a room.
This could kill. Listen to me, in all seriousness. The reason when romance is misinterpreted, it is seen as scary by people who think it's overly intense and smothering and because they're not ready to handle being loved. But if it's interpreted correctly, it's sexy because it's strong. It means that a person is confident and comfortable with the idea that by doing that, they're making you the center of attention and you may be the last person they're ever with. And that takes nerve. Most people cannot handle that. They're looking at you like you're mediocre at best. Like, I don't want you to be the last person I love. Like, I'm not ready for you to be romancing. But if you have confidence and comfort, you allow it. You allow someone to love you and you let yourself. And I think that's what I'm learning as the years go on. It takes nerve to do that. It's very strong. That is not a weak trait. It's very, I think, sexy trait to be confident that somebody is the one you want. That's what I'm saying. It's sexy. You just don't realize it. Well, anyway, look, Josh, in the final analysis, you do it your way, I'll do it my way. We'll see who winds up getting to the finish line first.
It is not a race to me.
Yeah, right. You slow down. You ride that tortoise to the end. One last thrill on the way to the cemetery.
That's right, man.
Right. It'll find you. Anyway, people are making fun of us that we're sitting here still talking. But I love the chats that we have.
They're fun. I love it.
I don't even know if they're fun. I just think that they become like therapeutic.
They're fun and romantic.
You always have to make everything weird. You can't help yourself.
I thought it was a romantic conversation.
It's like a paternal conversation.
Yeah. My bad. Sorry. I misread the whole thing.
I can't. I gotta get out of here, man. I can't take it.
You can. It's all right. You'll be all right.
Anyway, I'm just trying to tell you that because of the recent events that made me realize that life is very short. I've been contemplating these things. That's all. There's nothing to the cover. Just don't read into it too much, chat. But that's the idea. I don't buy a word of it, by the way, because you are exactly the guy that if the right person came along, you'd get sucked right into it, into the romance. You're full of crap.
I don't know, man.
I think underneath that you would like it.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'll be quoting Poe before you know it.
I don't mean that, but I think you would take very well to somebody caring about you.
Well, look, of course I would.
Oh, there you go.
But there's just different ways.
Yeah, that's the point. But I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is a life where you don't let anybody love you and that you don't love anybody is not a life. That's what I'm saying.
I love lots of people.
The fear of losing the person, making you avoid it, that's dopey because that's the cost of the love you have.
Conversations are romantic.
They are. That's true. Actually, a conversation can really mimic, in a romantic way, a conversation can even give you a taste of what lovemaking will be like with the person. Turn taking, sensitivity, care, remembering what you like and don't like, feeling it out, the romance, seeing that little things can have symbolic meaning and make it even more intense. Innuendo. Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Conversation.
Romantic song in your mind?
What?
Sexual Healing by Marvin Gaye. What's wrong?
You remind me of one time. This is a true story. One time I was on a date in a bar, and before the movie we were going to, we stopped in Barnes and Noble. The woman and I both really liked books, and we went into the Barnes and Noble next to the movie theater to kill time. And when I stepped away for a minute, this very strange little man, this gnome-like little man, came out from one of I think it was the self-help section, which I found ironic, and he walked over to her. She was about a foot taller than him. He walked up to her and he was hitting on her. So I come over with a stack of books and I'm like, "Excuse me, can I help you?" Like I didn't know what he wanted. And I'm like, "What's going on here? Am I having a stroke?" I didn't know what was happening. And out of behind the shelf, like something out of Hamlet, this coach came who was teaching the guy to hit on women. And he was like, "Your approach was not very good there. You didn't realize that she had a significant other, and she was somebody who perhaps wasn't really being responsive to her. She looked like a deer in the headlight." And the guy explained to us, both of us, that he didn't mean any harm. He was just learning how to talk to women with the help of his coach. The coach was even weirder than him. It was the blind leading the blind. And then the two of us wound up teaching the coach and the guy who came out of the self-help section why it was weird that they did what they did. And they're going like this, "Oh, that's fascinating. So how did the two of you meet?" And it's, well, it didn't come out of the self-help section, like Hamlet and randomly. So it was so weird. And then the whole night we made fun of these two. It was the weirdest thing. It was like creepy as all hell. And then as we were walking out, he was doing it again to some other woman who I think was maybe 20 or 30 years older than him. The whole thing was so bizarre. But so I walked away and I was like, man, that's sad. The idea of like this like coach, that like it was so pathetic. But I've seen some pretty pathetic things in my day.
Yeah, me too.
Me anyway, too. The reason I'm telling you this is because people are teasing me that I'm being your love coach.
That's all right.
You ready to go to the bookstore and we'll go to the self-help section?
No, I'm ready to jump off.
Go ahead, Josh. Go. And I like push you out and you walk up to somebody. "So what are you reading?"
I'm ready for somebody to drop an anvil on my foot.
To do what? Drop an anvil on your foot?
On my foot, yeah.
Why?
Oh, just to get me out of this.
Out of this conversation? I thought you were having fun.
No, I am.
You would have loved that little guy. He was so funny. That little guy that was trying to hit on her.
Oh yeah, singing to somebody is romantic too.
That's true. Sure. Don't you do that?
Yeah.
I like playing the piano with someone who's singing or teaching them to play the piano. I think is romantic too. But what do you sing?
I don't know. I mean, whatever comes to mind, I guess.
I think that's great. See, that's wonderful. Did you ever leave some voicemail where you sang?
No.
Oh. So you serenade?
Not really.
See? That's romantic.
But I've sang, yes, to someone. But never like I've never left a voicemail where I start singing. Have you?
No, I don't like the sound of my own voice on a voicemail. It bothers me.
Yeah, no,
You know,
that
like when you can play it back, I don't like the sound of it. I never liked the sound of my own voice. Which is funny because I get compliments a lot on my
you have
voice.
a great voice.
But I don't like my voice.
But I don't know how you sound when you sing. How do you sing? Like, how do you sound?
I sing baritone.
Sing something.
No. But I'm very musical. I can sing, and I sing on key too. But I don't like to sing. When I was in younger, I was auditioned to appear to play in a musical. I was always the pianist in the school musicals, but I auditioned to. Actually, I had to. You couldn't be in the band without auditioning formally for the show, and then so you did a funny voice and you made a joke and you whatever, and I sang and they told me I actually sang pretty well, but I won't do it. I will not sing in public, but I don't sing badly. I don't.
You wouldn't sing in public?
No, I sound kind of like
like a barbershop quartet.
That's what happened. One time I sang to someone, and they told me that I sounded very much like what did they say? That I sounded like a gondolier, like one of those Italian guys that sings on the boat, whatever. That it had that kind of romantic, kind of sweet, high quality to it. But the thing is, I sing baritone. It's not especially high, but I can, but it's just humiliating.
Why is it humiliating?
I find singing very vulnerable. It's not for me. But I think the piano playing is very vulnerable. That's why I get so offended by people who make fun of it.
I sing people happy birthday when it's their birthday.
Do you sing baritone or tenor? You're
Mm,
pretty baritone.
no, tenor.
You sing my voice is deeper than yours?
Yes.
What's the lowest note you hit?
I don't know. I can.
Yeah, you do sound kind of tenor.
I can get up there pretty good.
You can hit high notes?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Fascinating. Yeah, I find I can't hit high notes. My voice is really very low when I sing. It's
Your voice is deeper than mine, for sure.
Which is hilarious.
Why?
Because you're larger.
Not really.
You're a large person.
No, I'm not.
You're like 6 what? How tall are you?
6'2".
You're a big guy. What do you think? You're a leprechaun? You're a Lilliputian?
How tall are
What do
you?
you think you're gonna have?
How tall are you?
I'm like, it's weird because like I'm literally like right smack dab between 5'10" and 5'9". I'm like 5'9" and change. Like 5'10", probably 5'10". So you're larger. But my voice is deeper than yours. Which is weird. Neither of us is particularly heavy. You're a bigger guy.
No, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that has anything to do with like your voice.
That's your pipes, So, yeah, I get it. And your neck has a lot to do with, like when you gain weight, it can really change your voice, or if you snore because you are heavy or whatever. It probably has nothing to do with it, but you would think it does. For example, there are very large animals that have tiny little voices. Like elephants have high-pitched voices, but they're huge.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? And there are little animals that are very deep. Yeah, right, exactly. So maybe it doesn't really make a difference. Was that your impersonation of an elephant? Or the elephant man?
I'm leaving. I gotta go take the dogs out.
I am worried about you right now.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Something has happened to you. I remember, I'll tell you just before you go, when I was a little kid learning about elephants, the teacher said, "That's a pachyderm." Pachyderm. And I said, "No, it's a pachytrunk," which I thought was very cute.
Yeah. He strutted like a peacock for the rest of the day.
Probably. That was a very sweet conversation. I'm sure that I'm going to get mocked for it at great length. But
By who?
I don't know. The cynical of the dumb.
Nah, I think I'll get mocked more than you will from this episode.
Why this? The people in the audience were delighted to find out that underneath your exterior, that you sing to someone in a tenor voice and cook for them. They're all picturing you in an apron that says "Kiss the Cook," serenading in Italian as you serve,
For sure.
fantastic meals.
Yeah, I can see
Is that how
that.
your kids see you?
No, they don't
I
see
think it was
me.
a good conversation. And what's the take-home point? Why did we discuss this? What is the take-home point of this entire ridiculous conversation that we had?
Because we're going to share a room at CrimeCon, so we're getting to know each other.
No. The take-home point of the conversation, no. And after the show, I'm going to dismember you for that joke. The answer is that I'm kidding, of course. That's interesting. When somebody, hold on. So I think the take-home point is that as we get older, we are learning the art of letting somebody love us, and in turn, being okay with being vulnerable with somebody, which might result in them loving us and letting one's guard down. That's the point. And it does, and I think that is a very hard and brave lesson to learn. That's what I'm saying. It takes not being afraid of loss and pain, being brave. That's all. And your impersonation of an elephant scared me.
Why don't you do it?
No, I have dignity.
I have guts.
Yeah. Is it any wonder that I would rather be defenestrated than share a room?
Well, look, I wouldn't do that,
Would you do the whole circus parade in the middle of the night?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, Josh.
All right.
Well, it's been real. I got to go now.
It's real scary.
I tried so hard. I tried so hard to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Oh my God. Make sure to head over to Dr. Gary's page.
The books. Oh, and just because you didn't believe me,
I believe you.
This is the stamp that says from the collection of Dr. Gary Brucato, and these books, the ones that were mine, are stamped as being from. As a matter of fact, I did not stamp the Phelps book yet, so I'm going to. And you see, it will now say from the collection of Dr. Gary Brucato in red. You see, I have marked my territory.
I should be the one worried about sharing a room with you.
You got to stop with that. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to tell them that it's like a sine qua non of going. Is I have to have my room. Are we done with this?
Yeah, we're done.
And look, people are telling us that they really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, it's fun. I always enjoy it. All right, man. I will catch you later.
Goodbye.
See you. Woosa. Woosa. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I had a great time. And yeah, he's going to stamp my forehead with it. Oh, that's funny, man. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll catch you on the next show. Be nice in the comments. Thank you. Night.
Bye.